the regular council meeting to order, 9:15 a.m. We have no one registered for open mic, and I'll just double check no one else is in the room. Looking for an approval of the agenda, please. Councillor Nielsen, any additions or deletions? Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I would like to add the United Heritage Festival to 15.1, which are the budget discussions.
Anything else? Yep, Sue.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Administration would like to add the museum agreement to Committee of the Whole, item 9.6. And the other addition is a land use bylaw amendment for the tap room use, and that item would be 12.3.
Okay, so first we'll have the United Heritage Festival. Those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Carried. Museum agreement under 9.6 from Committee of the Whole. Those in favor of adding it to the agenda? Carried. And item 12.1, land use bylaw for the taste room. Those, why am I drawing blanks? Approved to add it to the agenda. Holy. Said it twice and I can't do it a third time? Yesterday afternoon. I've been back for a while. All right. Adoption of the minutes for October 15th, 2024. Councillor Elliott, any errors or omissions? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Item 5.1, Council Action Task Summary. Councillor Blatz.
I move that Council accept the Council Action Task Summary dated October 15, 2024 as information.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Anything to highlight from administration? Nope. Any questions by council? Councillor Nielsen.
Yes, through the Chair to Administration, pardon me, under Tangible Capital Asset Project, it indicated looking for an estimated timeline for late July. So was there an update on that timeline?
Good morning, Council. The TCA project is ongoing right now, and at every quarterly council financial, when finance provides the quarterly financial update, we do include that in there as requested by council. They will provide an update. We have gone through the equipment listing, our buildings, and have moved on to our engineering structures in completing that project.
But is there a completion date target?
Our goal is to complete the project within the 6 months that was requested when the project was brought.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Within 6 months.
Of today?
Of today or of the total project?
It was September when we started the project, so that would be end of February.
Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 8.1, we have a delegation from STARS Foundation. Welcome, Glenda. Is that mic on?
No, it's not. Thank you. Well, it's my pleasure to be here with all of you. I must say that this is an amazing building, and I'm so happy that you or former councils have preserved it. It's absolutely stunning. So my name is Glenda Farndon. I'm the Senior Municipal Relations Liaison for STARS. It's a long handle, which translates into I have worked with all municipal councils, rural and urban, across the entire province and as well into BC for the past 18 years. So it's my pleasure to finally be here in front of you and bring you further information. Will we, just waiting for the, thank you. So on the first slide, thank you. So STARS will be celebrating 40 years next year of serving Albertans. We are thrilled for that and being able to provide critical care anywhere. STARS is your best hope in a worst case scenario. Next slide, please. So I'm sure that all of you heard the exciting news this year that we did finalize another 10-year long-term service agreement with Alberta Health Services, now at $15 million per year block funding. So that's $34.2 million per year for 3 bases in Alberta. So Calgary, Edmonton, and Grand Prairie to serve the northern region. Previously, we had a 10-year affiliation agreement in place with Alberta Health Services at 20% government funding. So this is almost double. We are thrilled to have this partnership again moving forward. And it provides the sustainable funds that STARS requires as, you know, the mission rate continues to increase over the years. With this block funding, it still leaves us 56% of our operational costs that must be fundraised each year. So this is through long-standing community events, some that are represented on the helicopter for more than 30 years, as well as our corporate partners and as well as our municipal initiative program that's been running for many years as well, which I'm going to bring you further information. Next slide, please. So here's where we're at now with municipal support across the entire province and into northeastern BC. So you'll see here the lightly gray areas are those that are contributing at a less than $2 per capita rate. For the most part, we're asking a minimum $2 per capita rate annually in support of missions in their area. And also just to recognize that STARS is an additional option for your residents in emergency services. The navy blue areas represent all of the rural and urban municipalities that are supporting at a minimum $2 per capita rate up to $90 per capita and everything in between. The teal green represents our municipal leaders. We have 9 municipal leaders now that are all represented on the STARS helicopter. They have moved to fixed rates of support annually on a standing motion, meaning that we are a line item in their budget each year in their protective services budget. These range from like $100,000 to over $200,000 per year commitment. These united municipal leaders are ensuring that we all have access to a robust health and safety network. The red outlines now show those municipalities that now are supporting on fixed rate, standing motion, and also have every town and village that lies within their county's boundaries are also a supporter of STARS along with their county. So you can see for sure, like the white areas represent those that are currently non-supporters. There's 4 left throughout the province. We do have requests in front of their councils as well. So hopefully really uniting the entire province in an effort to support life-saving missions in their area. I'd like to say that I think there is nothing like this in all of Canada, maybe even in the world, of this coming together of this magnitude to support a mission and to support services for residents. Next slide, please. So this gives you an idea of almost a 5-year overview. This is up to September 30th of this year within the city of Wetaskiwin as well as the county of Wetaskiwin. So showing you that an overall average throughout your area and where your residents travel of 73 missions per year. Now you will see a significant increase last year of 27% in last year's mission volume as well. City of Wetaskiwin, we are here to serve and assist your rural areas as well as your hospital here. You will see that there is a high volume of critical interfacility transfers, meaning that some of these patients may have been brought in by local ground ambulance to the nearest hospital, but because it is of a critical nature, then STARS is called to intervene and get these patients into tertiary care. City of Wetaskiwin Hospital is one of the top 3 in all of Alberta that STARS serves. Next slide, please. So this is to bring you some further information. This is 10 years in the making, this postal code project. So we'll look on the left-hand side first. This was utilizing patient postal code, no other patient information other than the postal code where they lived at the time they were flown by STARS. So 408 total area residents flown since 2010. 152 of these residents had a Wetaskiwin postal code. On the right-hand side, though, we'll show you that if you can see the little faint outline of blue of County of Wetaskiwin boundaries, and then all of the red dots that lie outside of those boundaries. Let's have a look at the next slide for a zoomed-in view. So this represents 408 total area residents flown. 290 of these residents were picked up in Wetaskiwin. 118 residents were flown from 43 other locations. So the red dots represent those locations as well as the listings below. And across 2 provinces, your residents have access to STARS all across Western Canada, where we have 6 bases now. And this is testament to the fact when you look at all the different areas where these residents were, accidents and illness do not happen just when you're close to home. Accidents and illness happen anywhere. Next slide, please. STARS is more than rapid transport. Through our Emergency Link Center located in Calgary, they are integrated with all dispatch centers as well as all resources that are available. We also, now that we are the dedicated critical care provider for Alberta, so we also do dispatch HALO and HERO out of southeastern Alberta as well as northeastern Alberta. So it is very much a collaborative effort in doing what is best for the patient. We are receiving more than 37,000 emergency requests every year. Now our STARS transport physicians, they are available 24/7, as well as being in the Emergency Link Center to provide medical and procedural guidance on every critical call, regardless of the mode of transport. So even if that patient may be going by ground ambulance or Alberta Health Services fixed wing, if it is critical, it is STARS transport physicians that provide all the medical and procedural guidance for those missions and those patients. As well, our crew also, if it is a critical patient and requires the critical care expertise, then our crew will also go on ground ambulance with that patient or on Alberta Health fixed wing if necessary. Another key aspect is that with the transport physicians being available in the Emergency Link Center, we are now saving precious time on both ends of the mission. While we are en route with the patient, the transport physician is scheduling the logistical arrangements with the receiving doctors at the receiving hospitals. So they're doing things like scheduling the neurosurgeons, scheduling the cardiac cath lab, these kind of things. So now simultaneously, we are saving precious time on both ends of that mission. We are now as well able to provide virtual care. So maybe a helicopter might be out on another mission, and one of your physicians may be calling in for assistance. So we can also provide critical virtual care and provide that medical and procedural guidance in that format too. So another advantage, especially to your hospital here in Wetaskiwin. Next slide, please. We completed a more than $150 million capital campaign, so we have a complete new fleet. 10 H145s as well, and all bases are H145 operational. We also have celebrated more than 20 years of being an innovative leader and being able to fly at night. This literally represents tens of thousands of lives saved, being able to fly at night, because more than 50% of our call volume is at night. Next slide, please. I'll just bring you just a small little look into some of the highly specialized equipment that is in the H-145 helicopter. You can see a picture is worth 1,000 words. It is very much an airborne intensive care unit environment. All 10 helicopters are identically equipped. Starting with the handheld iStat lab, you'll see that it's the size of a cell phone, but it can provide, with only 2 drops of blood in less than 2 minutes, hemoglobin, blood gases, and electrolytes. These are all test results that are vital when we are managing pain management for severe trauma patients. As well, we carry the thrombolytics. It's mandatory that for a heart or stroke patient that they must be CAT scanned. So we have agreements with all of the hospitals that are on the stroke protocol so that we can fly that patient directly to the nearest hospital with a CAT scanner, get them CAT scanned in order to know if it warrants giving the thrombolytic drugs. Next slide, please. The Hamilton T1 ventilator is the same ICU ventilator as in the tertiary care centers, but this one is fully featured and is made especially for transport systems and accommodates all sizes of patients, adult, pediatric, even neonatal patients. Handheld ultrasound. Now, we previously had ultrasound, but it was a very big, boxy unit, not very transportable. Now it's the size of a cell phone, and once again, provides rapid diagnosis of collapsed lungs, internal bleeding, any kind of heart abnormalities, even fetal compromise in an ill or injured pregnant mother. So now, again, with the way the new helicopters are equipped, they have Bluetooth, integrated Wi-Fi, and satellite connectivity. So once we are in the air, we have these test results on the patient, we can actually transmit in real time to the receiving doctors at the receiving hospitals, as well as our STARS critical care transport physicians, so that they can expedite a treatment plan for that patient. The video laryngoscope, now this was widely used during the COVID years when almost every patient needed to be intubated. It is an advancement in intubation. You can see that our crews can actually view the trachea right on the video screen. This is especially important when they are managing difficult airways for patients like a trauma patient, possibly a burn victim, or someone that's been crushed on impact. It's vital that we can intubate immediately and effectively for someone that can no longer breathe for themselves. Next slide, please. And this is brand new news as well in Alberta. We are an innovative leader. Universal Blood, we have more than 10 years been the very first helicopter EMS program in North America to carry universal blood on board. Originally started with 2 units. We have seen so many massive, severe trauma patients now, we've increased to 4 units of blood. Now we have added the massive hemorrhage protocol as well. This is 2 different blood products that we can apply, one that will reverse anticoagulation and the other that will promote blood clotting. So if we're dealing with a very severe trauma patient, after the 2 units of blood is given, we will apply these 2 blood products before we give the extra 2 units of blood in order to help that patient to build blood clotting and prevent the bleeding out. Next slide, please. So in closing, I'd like to say thank you very much for your time, City of Wetaskiwin Council. We certainly appreciate your consideration to join more than 94% of all of Alberta's municipalities that are helping to support and offset costs. The City of Wetaskiwin has about 83% of all mission volume within your immediate area of the county. As well, the county averages approximately 12 missions overall per year, where the City of Wetaskiwin Hospital and your immediate scene calls in your area averages 61 missions per year. So in total, 73 missions per year for your entire area where your residents travel. We all commute and work and travel different areas for for recreation as well. 73 missions per year on average represents well over $500,000 in mission-related costs each year, just for your area. Together, we will continue to enhance rural health care. And we are also providing now physical as well as virtual response for your area as well as your medical professionals. Your residents have access to STARS all across Western Canada, 24/7. Partnership makes everything possible. We are averaging 11 missions every day across our 6 bases. A life is saved every day. But partnership is the key. Partnership has made that possible for almost 40 years. Thank you.
Thanks, Glenda. Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council accepts the presentation from STARS Foundation as information.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you very much for the presentation. Obviously, STARS does a lot of good work in not only our community, but also throughout the province. I do have a couple questions. Who is STARS?
Who is STARS?
Right. In other words, is it a nonprofit? Like,
Okay.
who runs it? How is it governed?
Okay. We are a registered charitable organization. So operating as a charitable organization for almost 40 years next year. We're very proud of that fact because then there is no cost to the patient. It is built on that model that everyone who may need STARS has access to STARS and at no cost to them. So this is a really important factor. This is what the municipal program is built on, is the fact that municipalities have all come together, are each providing different amounts of support annually to help offset the mission costs related. You know, being that at over $34 million per year for 3 bases, it is not an easy task to be a charity and raise multi-millions of dollars every single year. 56% of our entire budget must be fundraised.
I guess that will lead to my next question is, AHS, I think you said like 50% or close to it.
They're
is what they-
44%.
Yeah. Why is it not 100?
That's a very good question. I would say originally we've always started as a charitable organization. We have always, our mandate has always been saving lives as well as being an innovative leader. We are recognized throughout the world as an innovative leader, and that's an important aspect. We very much appreciate that Alberta Health Services has increased to 44%, but we appreciate that in order to continue to maintain that we can remain on the highest level of technology, on the advancement of any of the advancements in critical care each year, just like the massive hemorrhage protocol that we brought forward. That is the first in Canada to have this protocol brought forward. We have continued to strive for making sure that we stay on the leading edge. And that's an important piece, not to say anything against 100% government funding, but this gives us the opportunity to continue to operate and bring the highest level of critical care available in Alberta.
Last question, this might be a little tough. Your ask is about $19,000 from the municipality. So because that you're looking for us for money, my question would be then, within your budget of STARS, how much of your revenue that comes in is administration? How much is spent on that versus operation?
Okay, that's a very good question as well, thank you. First, I'd like to clarify, my request to you is at $1.50 per capita, asking you to match what the county currently is giving and has been supporting for almost 2 decades. So with that, I do have an ask on the table to the county. asking them to move to the regional leaders, the navy blue you saw on the map, which would be at a minimum $2 per capita. So that is also on the table. Now, currently, I'm just trying to think now. Tell me, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought here. That you want
Your administration costs
administration
versus
costs.
operation.
Thank you. So CRA allows charitable entities up to 35% administration costs. Previously, the last 4 years, we have remained at 12% administration costs. This year, with last year, this year, with continued growth, as well as the mission volume continues to increase every year. We flew more than 3,500 missions across all 6 bases. More than 1,700 of those were in Alberta alone. So we are now currently at around 13.5 to 14% for administration costs, but well below what CRA allows. And we are very cognizant of that fact and have always maintained that.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you to the chair. Excellent. I love watching or hearing the helicopters because I live across from the airport. But my colleague asked some good question. And my question is, you guys are a corporation, you're a business. You're a charitable organization, but you are a business.
Two ways of looking at, like, I see what you're saying in the fact that we have to operate that way,
Yes.
certainly, but we are not for profit.
Okay, that's the question.
We are not a for-profit business.
Okay, thank you. That was my question.
Councilor Blatz.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you for all the work that STARS does. I've been working in the lab at the Wetaskiwin Hospital for almost 10 years now, and it'll be 10 years in April. And one of the things that I always loved about the Wetaskiwin Hospital is the amount of experience that you get working with STARS and being able to see the cases that STARS takes, because those are important teaching opportunities. And so a lot of our students end up leaving the hospital with more experience than they would have gotten in any other hospital because of that. Right. I know how much cost you guys must incur just from the iStat cartridges, because for a box of 25, it's about $400. And so if you guys are doing close to 25 in 2 days, then that's crazy. So I completely understand where you guys are coming from on how hot your operations are, but I do have to commend you guys on all the hard work that you do. There was one shift I can remember for sure that we had 3 STARS calls in one shift. And so we definitely do see you guys a lot. And anytime we see the crew come in, they look like superheroes, and they are just incredible for taking over. They're so calm, so friendly, and you just know that you're putting your patient in good hands whenever STARS is there. So just wanted to thank you guys for all the incredible work you guys do.
Thank you so much for those kind words, especially coming from a medical provider as well, that there's a clear understanding of, the astronomical costs of medical supplies, increased fuel costs, all of these things, and we have no control over how many missions are going to be flown each year, right, that we're going to answer to. So that is why partnership is so vital, and I just really thank you so much for those kind words.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you again. One question. I've noticed that you have a whole bunch of flights. You do a lot of work in Alberta, probably some in BC and Saskatchewan. Is there any funding from the federal?
Yes, very, very good question. So in 2011, we had 3 bases in Alberta. This was established starting in 1985. In 2011, we were asked to, on a contract basis for a week, to take a helicopter to go help Winnipeg with their flood situation. So we did pull one off to go and help them for that week. The following year, the exact same thing happened to them, and they called us again asking, but this time they said, we do not want you to leave. We want what Alberta has. And so we started out in Manitoba at 100% government funding. Currently, now they are on a model that they're scaling back. They want to follow the Alberta model. So they're scaling back each year as they start to build community events that we are working with their municipalities, and they're building that. So each year it's scaling back a little bit on the government funding and building on the fundraising model. In the meantime, that same year, 2012, Saskatchewan was waving their hand saying, wait a minute, we're right here in the middle of the two of you, and we want what you have. So they came to the table with 50% government funding, 50% fundraising right off the get-go, and has remained that. So we do have government funding for each province. I'd like to specify that each province, everything stays within that province. All municipal support in Alberta stays in Alberta, as well as Saskatchewan or Manitoba. Any fundraising for, like the beloved Stars Lottery, those types of things, all stay within the province only. We have a very successful Saskatchewan lottery now that's been running for several years, so that helps to support their fundraising, that 50% as well. So all of those areas, each individual province is doing their own thing, and all of the monies are staying here. So we have some corporate entities where they may have operations in all 3 provinces, or 4, including BC. So they may want to give global gifts when they're giving some significant dollars and spread it across all of them, but that's more individualized to them. As well, we're very proud, as you saw on the map, for northeastern BC, that it's a united effort. They have been supporting STARS out of Grand Prairie for 18 years at significant, like upwards into the almost $200,000 per year. So they are doing their part to serve their residents and to help offset the costs of the missions that we fly for them.
One last question. How often I know weather is a very crucial in your flight, so because you always see you guys fly all over the time in bad or good weather. I wish some of the other airlines would listen. But is that very rare? You don't hear STARS not flying in bad weather. They're always there, accidents. So is the weather?
There are a few times when weather is a concern, or depending on how low the ceiling is, because there are certain guidelines that our pilots have to follow through Transport Canada regulations. So certain times that, yes, we cannot fly because of weather. In those cases, though, this is why the opportunity for virtual care is so important now, that this kind of just happened kind of during the COVID years, that we started to find that we had these other opportunities to be able to assist these areas when we could maybe not fly, or we were on another mission already, but not leaving them totally defenseless either, right? So having access to these STARS transport physicians, they are the experts in critical care. So this is a real advantage working with local practitioners to be able to, especially even intubation, like we do it every day, they don't. So having that opportunity to actually send them an encrypted, secure link that they can either use a laptop at the hospital or even the cell phone, and actually show our physicians the patient and the condition, and we can provide that guidance. Critical care is just another advancement in utilizing technology the very best that we can.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you. Mayor Gandam, through the chair, may I call you Glenda?
Yes, please.
Because I can't remember your last name,
No,
so I
yes,
apologize.
please.
I know that Councillor Aberley is going to have some thinking to do on behalf of the city, so I'm speaking to you as just Karen.
Okay.
And I don't know if it's just because we're about to enter a stressful week of budget and thinking, but you really moved me this morning. And I've always been a supporter of STARS, bought the calendars, bought the bandages, done all of that. And what I just want to say now is thank you for coming and making me see more. And so it's my public commitment, and I hope that our community can join me because I think these other donations that don't cost you something to provide, so the calendar, the bandage, or even the lottery. So if I wanted to make a monthly donation, how would I do that?
We do have monthly donor program as well, so you can go online and there is an area there under fundraising where you can say donate now, or you can look for, just type in the search box for monthly donor, and then it would just automatically come out of your bank account each year, and we thank you for that. I would like
Thank you,
to
Glenda.
add, thank you. Collectively now, where we're at, what you saw on that municipal map, where we're at now throughout the province, everyone just working together, giving something, right, is generating $2.3 million a year. So it's not taking a big chunk, it's not like we are cost recovery or anything, or even close, but it is $2.3 million a year sustainable support each year that offsets those additional dollars that, you know, we never know how much we need to, how many missions we're going to fly. What are the medical supplies and the fuel costs going to be, all of these different factors, right? So it's just another piece of us working together to ensure that we continue, all of us, look at it as a generational investment for your community, that you are providing, that STARS will be here for the next 40 years for our children and grandchildren, much like the current people did 40 years ago to ensure that we had access to something like this. We're privileged to have this. Thank you.
Anything further? Thank you very much for your time. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your time. And I brought you the brand new calendar, so this is the 40th anniversary, as well as a set for your fire department. Please pass that on, because we can't do what we do best without them. So we really appreciate that, and this may be of interest as well, the Vigilant program. We have lots of municipalities that utilize this. It's a very, very nominal cost each year that they will, municipality will say, register their permanent site for like their rodeo or motocross, anything that might be a public event that could have trauma involved. It's like maybe $10 at the most per day. You can register it for a whole weekend, once a year, permanent site. You have access directly to STARS and the transport physicians immediately if there's any kind of incident. So I really suggest that you look at that from a public perspective. Okay, thank
Great.
you again.
Thank you so much. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Moving into Committee of the Whole, 9.1 Manufactured Home Bylaw number 2070-24.
Good morning, Council. This RFD is proposing that Council adopts a proposed manufactured home bylaw to meet the requirement of the Municipal Government Act. This bylaw will authorize the owner of a manufactured home community. It's on. Okay. Sorry, I'll start again. Looks like I wasn't loud enough there. My apologies. Bylaw 2070-24 is the manufactured home bylaw. The proposed manufactured home bylaw meets the requirements of the Municipal Government Act and authorizes the owner of a manufactured home community to be the assessed person responsible for taxes levied on manufactured homes located in the manufactured home community. There are currently 2 manufactured home communities in Wetaskiwin, the Jubilee Park and the Wild Rose Estates. Currently, the assessed person for the land is the owner of the manufactured home community. However, each individual taxpayer is levied taxes for each of their own units. The goal of this bylaw is to change that and have the manufactured home community be the assessed person and the taxable person for the land and for the units that are located in those communities. Under the Municipal Government Act, we are also required to give the owners of the manufactured home communities a year's notice. So the proposed implementation date for this bylaw would be January 1, 2026. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that council accept this report as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. Go ahead.
I get all choked up. I have two questions which I sent in through to Toulouse. Are people allowed to buy their trailer plots, or do they all rent?
Through the chair to Councillor Hilliard, I am actually not sure, as this depends on the owners of the manufactured home community to determine that. The communities that we have right now currently rent out the lots there to the people that have the units on the land. I am not aware of them selling the lots. However, if an individual in the community owns a lot, and instead of they can put any unit on it, they're the assessed person for the land and that unit. This bylaw would only apply to the manufactured home communities.
Okay, thank you. And the other question was, do our assessors visit mobile home parks and assess them as part of the cycle of assessment?
Through the chair to Councillor Hilliard, yes, our assessor does visit manufactured home communities.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 9.2 CO-013 Reserve Policy.
Hello again, Council. As requested during the capital budget deliberations on September 2024, administration hereby brings back the reserve policy for discussions and for Council's input. Some of the suggested changes during the capital budget discussions were whether or not were to create a parks reserve, and this reserve would require a funding source. Administration suggests that we fund a parks reserve using any unused parks surplus at the end of the year. So if from the parks budget, if there's a surplus on an annual basis, we will transfer it to this reserve. Another suggestion that came up was to expand the purpose of the Facility Lifecycle Asset Management Reserve to include items such as office equipment, chairs, desks, folding machines. Currently, our photocopiers are being purchased through the IT reserve and could also be transferred here. The funding source could be a percentage from the IT surplus, just the photocopiers amount, and from unspent facility budgets. The third suggestion was to expand the use of the infrastructure reserve to include urban forest, edible forest, exercise accessible, or other theme parks. I do want to point out that the source of funding, apologies, there was a typo in the RFD. The source of funding for this reserve will be brought back to Council for review in 2026. Administration is seeking Council's input on desired changes to the reserve policy. Thank you.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council accepts the reserve policy as information.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't know if it's a question, more of a comment or a suggestion. Through the chair, in regards to the equipment pool, I think it was our last meeting we had talked about that. I think it was the folding machine that went into equipment, and to me, it's a self-funding reserve. So if so said item is not contributing to that reserve, then that piece should not be able to pull from that reserve, like a folding machine, unless there is budgetary where, for whatever reason of transfer of funds going back into that reserve, then fine, then it could pull out. But to just start pulling things without that piece of equipment actually contributing to the reserve is unsustainable, and to me is not the way it should be done. Comment more than anything. The infrastructure reserve, I also, I like the idea of the parks reserve, so that that is separate from infrastructure. When the infrastructure surcharge was put into place all those years ago, it was, and I think it was defined in here, of roads and sidewalks and things such as that. Because we have I'm going to say about a $15 million deficit in infrastructure, I think it's really important that we stay focused and use the money where it was intended. So whether that also includes then setting up another reserve for parks and or urban, whatever those things are that are not sidewalks and roads and sewers and things such as that. My suggestions.
I love your optimism that we only have a $15 million infrastructure deficit.
Sure.
Yeah. Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, my face is just because I'm confused. So just to help me explain the part about feeding back into the reserve. Can you give me some examples? And maybe it'll help if you, do we feed into the infrastructure reserve? Like, does a road feed into that? And so that's where I'm saying, am I misunderstanding you?
No, I'm talking about the equipment pool.
So they're different?
They're different.
In that we expect one to feed into itself and the other one not to. And I'm just clarifying, I'm not...
Yeah, equipment, yeah.
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, the equipment pool reserve was originally started for fleet and equipment and the things that go with the fleet, like the snow blower and things like that. They pay every year in their budget line items into the reserve to keep it built up so that it's a replacement and a maintenance program.
The department pays?
Anybody who has fleet and equipment. So they
That helps
are...
me, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, that's good, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
I'd just like to follow up on Councillor Billingsley's comments with regard to equipment pool, because I too think that we're stepping off of the direction that the pool was first established when we start adding other generalized equipment. And in the equipment pool, it reads the replacement of city vehicles and equipment. And it goes on to say the purchase of new vehicles and equipment for the fleet. And I don't believe the second part, or I don't believe the first part stands alone. I think it's referenced in the second part that it's for the city's fleet. And I think Sue just mentioned that as well. So as we venture off into taking this pool and using it for generalized office equipment, I think we're off the mark in terms of what the pool was set up for. And I support Councillor Billingsley's comment in terms of it needs to be seen to be generating revenue for that particular reserve. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with Councillor Nielsen and Councillor Billingsley that it was set up for equipment. I would also think, just like to suggest that the urban forest, the edible forest, and exercise accessible and other theme parks maybe could go under parks as opposed to infrastructure, as they seem to relate way more to that than sidewalks and roads. Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. To Sue, so when we talk about equipment pool, when our equipment's being used, we back charge, say, $10 an hour for our equipment to go into the equipment pool. Is that that's how it used to work? I don't know if, you said once a year. I thought the impression was that if we use the grader to do plow or the loaders, if we use it for 10 hours, so much an hour it costs, and that goes into the equipment pool to replace it. Maybe I'm getting confused, but we're talking about a parks reserve funding or whatever. How do we charge for playgrounds facility? That just goes back into parks. There's no use to put reserves or take money out of a park. That's totally a different way how we budget that. So, but as my colleagues too, about that folding machine, if we were to charge $1 an hour for every time it's used, it could come out of the equipment pool because there's being charged, so that goes into reserves.
Through the chair to Councilor Bronco. First, you're correct, the equipment pool charge, we use road builder rates, and we build into each department that has equipment or fleet the per hour charge, and so they do track that. And that is how that budget is funded. And then the parks, currently the infrastructure surcharge tax does allow for parks, and so any new equipment, trails, park furniture, that sort of stuff does come currently from that budget. If council is not comfortable expanding the definition of parks, then our suggestion was to create a parks reserve, a separate parks reserve, which makes sense. And then the folding machine, we agree if council doesn't want it, because it's just going to the tax base anyways to pay into the equipment pool. If council would like us to set up that as part of the facility life cycle assessment, we can look at how that works. And then find a source, of course, still tax-based, but it would be from surpluses that are not spent that year on facilities, or we could create a separate charging system for that so that we're going through proper asset management. As soon as the city is able to get a proper asset management life cycle plan, it'll address a lot of this, and the problem is we're trying to band-aid these solutions in the absence of an asset management life cycle plan.
So one last question. I don't know how you would put this. Okay, so we're doing an equipment pool, and we raise, let's say, the grader. The grader, after 5 years, raises $300,000. When we sell that used equipment, does that money from the sale of it go back into the equipment pool, or does it go into general revenue? Because if we rented the equipment and we generated enough money from the use of our grader, and if we sell it, then we have a surplus. Where does that surplus go?
Through the chair to Councilor Bronco, the money that we receive offsets the purchase, which is directly related to the reserve, so we just don't pull as much from the reserve.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, because we were talking about the Parks Reserve and the Infrastructure Reserve. Under the Infrastructure Tax Reserve, there is part that says Trail and Park System. What's a park system?
Through the chair to Councilor Blatz, defining our definitions a little bit better, I think, is going to be really important. A park system could mean any trail that connects to another trail, or let's say we have equipment in Parkside, like workout equipment, and then we have some at By the Lake Park. There's a system that gets you between the two. It's pretty general in terms of what it covers, which I think is part of the problem, and that we need to further define what each piece means and what each reserve will fund.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, so what are you looking for today? In other words, are you looking for us to have agreement upon what each of these reserves should be, and possibly creating new ones? Paul, or are you just kind of feeling the room and then bringing something back to us for actual debate?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, any direct feedback is good. We are going to incorporate what we hear today and bring the policy back for approval. So we've heard clearly you do not want folding machines in the equipment pool. That is already funded through the capital, so we would likely bring that back and get that changed if and when this policy actually gets updated and approved. It sounds like council is in favor of a separate park reserve. So I think unless there's direct comments, our next steps would be to separate out some of these reserves, create other funding sources, and then bring that back for approval from council. We just wanted to bring it to you to see if you had specific either requirements or ideas on what we have proposed.
And I guess what I'd like to be able to do at some point is to have that discussion on, I won't say each of them, but almost each of them, to define exactly what's there, because there's been a whole lot of gray area, and whether it's intent of how this was set up, and then, well, this money fits, so, or we need this to do that, and things kind of get moved across, however you want to say it. So I think it's really important that here's the time to define these things. And if that means having to create new ones to fit, I think that would make the most amount of sense. And then we don't run into the,
It's called an equipment pool, so this is equipment, we can.
Sure it is. I mean, it's kind of like last year with the gate at Public Works went to, because it fit. But really, was that the spirit of what that reserve was set up for? And I think that this is the time to have that conversation. Whether it's today or not, probably not.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Totally agree with the last comments, Councillor Billingsley. I'd also, if this is an opportunity for input, I'd like to speak to the facility lifecycle asset management. And it talks about it, the purpose being to provide funds for approved maintenance and or upgrade of the facilities. And I think the clarity of upgrade of facilities, we had a major report done years ago that identified all the deficiencies in our physical buildings, and threw some money at it over the last couple of years. And I worry that as we talk about facility life cycle, that all of a sudden we're talking about chairs and tables and benches and so forth, when the envelope of the building is what I believe is expressed in this particular reserve. So I would like to see 6.5 facility life cycle asset management reserve for just as it's identified, and I think it's important that we specify specifically what it is. And my concern is, as we move into budget, without them being identified, then I think it opens the door for us to look for wiggle room again. And I know it's not realistic at this time to say we're going to have this all done before we do budget in the next couple of hours. But I think we need to really be specific as we do our budgeting to make sure we understand what the terms of these reserves are. Thank you.
Yep, go ahead, Sue.
Thanks. Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I just wanted to clarify that the facility, the envelope means the outside, and that's covered in the infrastructure surcharge tax. So the facility asset management life cycle reserve covers everything inside the building. So it's been a lot of the electrical, anything that's not structural that supports the envelope, which is the outside of the building.
And I could live with that.
Okay. We'll define it better.
Sure,
Yep.
I don't think a table supports the structural.
Right, which is outside, which is the infrastructure surcharge tax. So the facility asset management is inside the building, not structural, not the outside. We'll put better definitions around everything.
Councillor Elliott?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When the infrastructure tax was implemented, it was for sidewalks and roads. It was not for outsides of buildings or anything else. It was? I must have been asleep that day then. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Blatz?
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, I'm bringing back up the park reserve again. I just have a concern with the funds from the park reserve coming from a surplus in the parks department, because do we generally run a surplus in the parks department?
Through the chair to Councillor Blatz, sometimes. It's not a lot if it is, but one of the other ideas that I was thinking about as you've been talking is, because the infrastructure surcharge tax was, when originally presented, I have the spreadsheet that was presented. What we could do is look at a percentage that was allocated for parks, and then redirect those monies towards this reserve too. So we will come up with a couple of different potential funding sources for council to consider.
Okay, thank you, because yeah, I'd start getting concerned that we would say that that's where it's going to come from, and then we have 5 years of not having any money going into that reserve, so that was just my main concern. Yeah. Thank you.
That was going to be one of my comments. I don't like waiting for surpluses to feed a reserve. I also don't like surpluses feeding a reserve to have that as cushion built into a budget. And I think we've gone through enough exercises of priority-based budgeting and zero-based budgeting where if there's all of a sudden reserves to be had and it's moving into that reserve, then I would have some concern. I'm also in favor of having that parks reserve and the IT reserve, same thing. If we know the equipment that we've got within the organization that needs to be repaired or replaced, those should be identified, and a part of the budget needs to have a line item for that, not all of a sudden one day we have to replace a copy machine and having to figure out where that money's coming from. Anything else? Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. We're going into budget, but I have some thoughts that we need to know what is infrastructure, because we're talking about parks and rec in infrastructure roads, and I see a bicycle path as part of infrastructure, because that is a sidewalk. And we can't say this is part of parks, because a sidewalk is used by everybody, bicycle paths used by everybody. So we have to have a good definition where to put it. I do agree with Bill that when we originally passed this, it was, buildings were not included. It was from the ground up, sewer, roads, gravel. But a bicycle path and a pathway is the same as a sidewalk. We just choose to put asphalt instead of concrete, so we call it a pathway instead of a sidewalk. So we have to have some good definitions where to put this in. Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley.
Thank you. Whether there's agreement of what the intent was as far as this reserve goes, now's the time to define it.
Yeah.
Whether or not it does include bicycle paths, whether it does include buildings, that's for us to decide. And that's where I was talking about, this is the time that we can be clear is exactly of what these reserves are for, so that we don't run into this, well, I thought it was for. Now's the time to be very specific, and as I agree with the mayor, feeding these things and then pulling it out is not a good way to do a budget. It's as Councilor Blatz's concerns is, are we feeding this just by having extra money, or is there something as a budget line item to say we're going to put X amount of dollars into, like we do with the infrastructure reserve or infrastructure tax, but do we do the same thing for parks? Maybe. And that's when that type of conversation should happen.
And just so we're clear, it's not, it wasn't what the intention of the policy was. From July 18th, 2016, C subsection 4 of the infrastructure reserve is building envelope projects. That was.
I stand corrected.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No, I just, Councilor Bronco also had the same feeling that that's not what it was intended for, and that's exactly what it was intended for.
But that was added after the first.
This is 8 years ago, so I can't tell you what. Yeah. Anything further on the reserve policy? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 9.3, draft municipal development plan. Good morning, welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. The purpose of today's presentation is to present a final draft municipal development plan for council's information and comment before beginning the process of adopting it as a statutory plan. A municipal development plan, or MDP, is a statutory planning document that provides a comprehensive, long-term, and high-level policy framework for development and land use in a municipality. Our current municipal development plan was approved by council in 2011, and as these typically undergo a comprehensive review and update every 10 years, the project to develop a new MDP was started in 2021 to ensure it continues to meet MGA requirements, Municipal Government Act, aligns with current planning practice, and with the vision and aspirations of the city and its residents. The draft being presented today of the updated MDP, The City We Shape, was developed through multiple phases of public engagement and consultation with administration and council. And I'll just summarize these briefly for your information. So first I'll walk through the public engagement process that has brought us to where we are today. Development of the MDP was guided by the high-level direction that residents provided during the 50-year visioning process in 2020. 3 phases of community engagement were also undertaken as an essential part of the MDP process itself. Public input provided during each phase has been incorporated into the draft being presented today. Input from phase 1 of public engagement in spring 2022 and the 50-year visioning process helped identify 5 key policy areas that matter to the community. These areas were heritage preservation, parks and green spaces, community well-being and safety, economic growth, and transportation. And these remain 5 of the 7 citywide policy areas that are addressed in the draft MDP. During this phase of engagement, we had 179 residents who responded to an online survey, in addition to those who provided input at pop-up sessions in the community. Phase 2 of public engagement in winter 2022-23 provided feedback on draft goals and objectives in the 5 key areas. This feedback was used to refine the goals, identify new policy areas, and develop supporting policies. During phase 2, we had 29 residents who responded to an online survey, 14 who attended an in-person, in-depth community workshop, and 115 who attended the city open house, where they had the opportunity to speak with planning and development staff about the MDP. Phase 3 of public engagement focused on verifying public support for policy directions and gaining feedback on a complete draft. Input from this phase demonstrated that the key areas that were identified during phase 1 continue to matter to the community, and that draft goals and policies developed based on the input to date reflect community interests. During phase 3 of engagement, we had 56 residents who responded to an online survey, in addition to those who spoke with planning and development staff at 3 pop-up events in the community. A detailed summary of phase 3 public engagement can be found in the What We Heard report that is attached to the current report, and What We Heard reports for phases 1 and 2 are also available on whatifwetaskiwin.ca. In terms of internal engagement with administration and council, internal departments were consulted throughout the project, including 2 formal opportunities to provide input on draft goals and policies and feedback on a complete draft. Council also participated in 2 workshops to provide feedback on draft goals and then on a complete draft plan, as well as having an opportunity to respond to a survey verifying the direction of draft policy goals. And again, feedback from each of these opportunities with administration and council was incorporated into the draft plan. And lastly, engagement with external agencies and community groups. A draft version of the plan was circulated to external agencies and groups with an invitation to provide written feedback or schedule a meeting with the project team. The County of Wetaskiwin and Battle River Watershed Alliance responded, and their feedback has also been incorporated into the draft. An additional statutory circulation is planned for after first reading to ensure affected agencies, as listed in the MGA, have a final opportunity to comment on the plan to be adopted. So that's the summary of the public engagement and internal engagement process. The draft of The City We Shape is organized into the following sections. So in part 1, introduction and context, it outlines the purpose and the scope of the MDP, its relationship to other plans and summary documents, and the community context for the plan. Part 2, land use designations, defines the land use designations which are attached to each parcel of land in the city. Each designation, in turn, is attached to high-level development policies. Part 3, citywide policies, contains 7 policy topics, each of which contains goals and supporting policies. These topics are culture and heritage, parks and public space, environment, transportation, community well-being, economic development, and servicing and development. Part 4, implementation, monitoring, and evaluation, contains policies related to the planning tools that are needed to implement the plan and identifies high-level projects and initiatives that support the policies and objectives of the plan. And Part 5, schedules, just contains the glossary and maps. So with that overview of our process and of the document itself, I'd like to open the floor to any questions that you might have.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move council receives the draft municipal development plan as information.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Go ahead.
Thank you. I have a number of questions here, Emily. Where do I start? In the interpretation section, there are very few will or will not statements in this document. Is that by design, and if so, why? Because throughout all of them saying that we should do this and we might do that, there's very few will and will not statements.
Just for clarification, interpretation or implementation?
I've got it under interpretation. I think the interpretation states the different qualifiers of the criteria.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, you're just seeking clarification on why, from your perspective, there are not as many absolute will or will not statements
Correct.
In the document itself as we get
If
further
it was
into it.
by design or just the way it evolved.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it's intended to respond to the feedback that we received from kind of parties to the process. So whether that's the public, whether that's administration, whether that's council, the thing with the will or will not statements is that under interpretation, it does note that we must adhere to a policy under all circumstances. And so in many cases, the feedback that we received was that it might be preferable to make it a should, so that we would generally expect that the policy would be followed. But if there was a strong and clear rationale for why an exception might need to be made or the policy be applied differently, that we would have the leeway to do that.
Okay, thank you. Additionally, I did not see recognition of parks and playgrounds when you were talking about existing residential or future neighborhoods. So parks and playgrounds were a separate entity in the document, but there was no recognition of them when we were talking about future neighborhoods. And I guess I'm wondering if I'm correct in that statement, whether we should not be addressing parks and playgrounds as part of the topic of neighborhoods.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'm reviewing the provisions quickly and note that there is discussion of green space, but if the comment here is that we need to include policy direction to more clearly indicate that parks and playgrounds must be provided, then that's a revision that we can make.
Thank you. I guess that'd be the direction of this group, but under the environment, 6.0 environment, number 4 talks about the city will consider for protection, and then it identifies forested lot B and wetlands lot X. What exactly does that mean?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, that means that those identified features, when we get to a point at which additional development is proposed or subdivision, we'll have the opportunity to look at whether a conservation or environmental reserve would be appropriate to apply at that time. And so that would involve additional technical study, most likely an environmental report for us to make that determination.
So essentially, considering making those areas non-developable, developable?
If there was justification to do so. And again, it's flagging those areas as potentially significant, subject to further study before there's any action taken.
Okay, thank you. And my last question is on section 11 on implementation, which is on page 58. We identify a thing called complete streets guidelines. What is a complete street?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, sorry, can I just check that page number again?
I had it on page 58.
Okay, through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so we do have a little sidebar on page 38 that talks about complete streets. For many who might have the same question as you, essentially it's an approach to planning and design that tries to focus on creating spaces that work for multiple modes of transportation according to the demand for them. So we're ensuring that, you know, we may require space for vehicles, but also ensuring that in planning a street that we are accounting for the needs that might be there for pedestrians, for active transportation, and so forth.
Thank you. And thanks for the work. I see a lot of work going into this for sure.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair, first of all, fantastic job. It's a very detailed document. My question actually is kind of similar to Councillor Nielsen's in the will or will not. And I'm just wondering, when we say that we will, have all of those been then checked back to any policy and or bylaws to make sure that it's compliant, right? Because we can't say we will do this while we're going against our own bylaw, and have those things been verified that they actually are compliant with the bylaw. And if they're not, will that then come forward back to us to possibly either change it from will or should or may, or change the bylaw?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, that's an excellent question. Through the engagement process with administration, we aim to catch as many of those as possible. However, what we can do as part of this last phase in response to council comments is just take a quick check of the will statements that we have.
Thank you.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you very much. Item 9.4, monthly city manager report to council and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to just make one statement before. Item 9.5 shows up in your agenda right now, but we do not believe it was actually published last Thursday. So that is a new item that may not seem familiar, and that's why. We'll figure out what's going on with iCompass and why that didn't get published to you. Back to the city manager report, I just want to highlight a few items within the report. We do, under challenges, we have recognized and are working on some solutions over at Manluck right now. We're looking at the wallet lockers that can be placed at the front of the facility so that staff, there's more people observing this area and less likely to be broken into. And also looking at non-cut locks, so they would be more expensive, however the rental rate would be the same. It would just take longer to recover those costs, but there are some really heavy-duty locks out there that bolt cutters can't get around, so we're looking at those items. Under project updates, item 3, I did update council on this Friday. The traffic signal upgrades around the CP rail line at 50th Ave and 47th Ave are going through some changes. We do recognize that there's more signage that needs to be put up to let people know that it's new. Communications is working on information to get out to the public, but I just really wanted to highlight that in a lot of cases, there are very unsafe practices that are happening where people move into the oncoming traffic lane, and that's been the standard in our community for a long time. So there are going to be some growing pains around this. Anytime you ask somebody to change their traffic patterns, It creates a lot of angst in the community. People will eventually learn to turn if they want to make a left turn and they know they're going to be held up. They will eventually start turning the block before or potentially the light before to make their way around. But until it normalizes, which typically takes months or the better part of a year, you will likely be hearing some complaints from the public around this, but we will continue to update everyone and try to educate people as much as we can along the way. Under department wins, item number 1, we wanted to bring up, there's been a lot of efforts with intergovernmental relations since 2020 when we started to put that into our budget, and we've got staff dedicated, or a few of us dedicated to these items. At least a portion of our day jobs include this. And Karen is going to be updating our website to ensure that the community knows how much work administration and council is doing around this, and so we're creating a separate page to give the community updates on all of the lobbying that happens, the wins that council has found through their lobbying efforts, and we'll start to educate the public a little bit more on this. So that was a huge win that we've started the process on. And then the very last thing that I wanted to comment on was that our very own Raylene Coffey has received her Economic Development Certificate, and so we're all quite proud of her, and she was recognized at the Chamber lunch last week as well. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Councillor Nielsen.
I move the City Council receives the City Manager report as information, and I do have a question.
Councillor Nielsen, go ahead.
Through the Chair to Administration. Given some of the difficulties that have been expressed at the Manluck Aquatic Center, are all of the cameras that we have, no, let me back up. Where do we currently have cameras? Do we have them on the exterior of the building and the interior of the building, or neither, or both, or?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Currently, the cameras within Manluck we're looking at upgrading them because the functionality is not great.
So they are currently functioning or not functioning, and we're looking at replacing them?
They're currently not functioning.
So can I pursue that a little bit? So where do we currently have cameras that aren't functioning? Or I'm assuming they're all in the same system, so they'd all not be functioning. Would that be correct or no?
Actually, we have the expert here that can tell us that.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen. Currently, the cameras at Manluck are not functional at all, and we are looking at upgrading them so that we can monitor them more accurately and more consistently.
And where do we have cameras currently?
There is one that is pointed into the lobby, and then there are 4 cameras located on the pool, like around the pool deck, as well as there is a camera that is upstairs at the end of the hallway by the multipurpose room. There are no cameras located outside.
Okay, so I gotta be careful here. So when you say pointed at the lobby, so if I have done an evil deed and taken someone's belongings and I come down the hallway to leave the facility, is there a camera that would pick up the traffic flow out of the change rooms?
So through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, that would pick up the traffic flow. However, the challenge is that everyone comes in with big duffel bags with all their equipment, with all their swimming gear and that. And so when someone leaves, it's hard to say what they've taken because most of the items that have been stolen have been wallets or cell phones.
Okay, thank you. And my last question would be, do we know how long these have been out of commission?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, no, I do not.
And in terms of replacing them and getting them, in terms of getting them replaced, what are we looking at for timeline?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I believe there is an operating business case or a capital charter coming forward to look at those, to purchasing new cameras for our different facilities. So hopefully we would have them installed by mid-year of 2025.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. Looking at this, Chair through administration, our maintenance for our winter equipment, $345,000. Are we replacing something major, big, or just 345 through the dump trucks and graders? Wondering if this here, item number 5 on department wins preventive maintenance. We waited till, I look at this, that we waited this long to do the maintenance on the equipment for $345,000. Do we do regular maintenance on our equipment?
Are those
Through the chair, those are, through the chair to Councilor Bronco, those are equipment
numbers? Yeah.
So it's unit 345, or
okay.
345 and 346.
Sorry.
We do stay up on our equipment preventative
Okay.
maintenance.
I gotta go get my glasses. Okay, sorry about that.
Councillor
Sorry.
Elliott, or sorry, Councillor Billingsley and then Councillor Elliott. Yeah.
Thank you. Through the chair to Zanette, you said that you didn't know how long these cameras, so does this mean that they've been out for some time?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I believe they were out before I started my work here.
Okay, so what was, I will end it at that.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to the city manager. Regarding the railway tracks and accessing them in the correct way, would it be possible that we could put out a video that might be available? Like, I know you'd have to do it on a downtime on the main street, but I'm just wondering, I'm a visual learner and would just make it easier for me to figure out as opposed to reading something. So I'm just asking, that's all. Thank you.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, I think the biggest change for people is going to be no left on red, so it won't be flashing in all 4 directions. There will be a green light, and the people need to know they can't turn left on a red. So if there's an opportunity for visual education, we'll look at that for sure. But I think most of it is just going to go back to rules of the road. You can't pull into oncoming traffic. You can't cross a solid yellow line. Those sorts of things that are happening right now are probably the biggest things that we need people to focus on.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
So if the arms are down and the train lights are flashing, could it still not be green through the intersection? And then people could still turn left? Because you obviously can't go across if there's no room on the other side.
Through the chair to council, the problem is when you're doing, there's standards set around rail crossings, and if you cycle through the normal process, and especially on Main Street where people are going to be backed up, they can't get to the turn lane anyways. So, for instance, I was there this weekend, it was backed up to no frills. And lots of people were pulling on to, I think the biggest thing we can do is educate people to, if you need to make a left turn, turn earlier, jig through the, and talking to CP, they have been consistently blocking, 20, 30 minutes, and legally they're allowed to block the intersection for 5 minutes. So that is another part of the concern.
5 minutes stationary though. If they move, it resets the...
Yeah, but they were moving, and one of them stops when another one's coming, but I sat there on last week with Coffee with Council, 21 minutes it was moving. I don't understand how
But if it's
really
moving,
slow.
Yeah, if it's moving, then that doesn't count as
Yeah.
a stop, right?
But,
Block
but it
that
does affect
intersection.
our traffic signals, right? And
Absolutely
in,
does.
in a situation where we only have one lane, it gets harder for traffic safety, so.
Yeah.
I think cycling through is gonna it will create the same problem that we have right now.
Okay. Councillor Nielsen?
Thank you. Sorry, through the chair to Zanette, I'm gonna belabor this a little bit. We had received reports previously with regard to, I'm gonna call it staff abuse in terms of the public and so forth. And protection of our employees. And I'm assuming, and you correct me if I'm wrong, I'm assuming the cameras are kind of vital to protection of our staff.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, in terms of seeing something physically happen, yes, but anything verbally, which is predominantly what the staff have been experiencing on the pool deck and at the front, the cameras would not pick up that audio. They'd pick up any physical harassment or behavior.
So then, from your perspective, are the cameras a necessary element in the building?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, yes, I do believe they are. I think that there are certain times where their staff are at risk. For example, at the top of the slides, where there's one staff attendant and a lot of patrons coming through there, and if there was a staff member that had received some sort of physical harassment, we would not be able to verify that. Part of our challenge has been training the staff to report those incidences, because everyone has different tolerances of different kinds of harassment. And so really working with the staff to have them report those incidents and to get some sort of visual identification of the patron that has been abusive.
Okay, thank you. You indicated earlier that you thought they would be potentially in place, or they could be in place depending on the business case coming forward, by mid-2025. Is there a reason why it would take so long to expedite that?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, part of it is equipment availability, as well as we would like to put the cameras up when Manluck is closed for shutdown. So in doing that in the spring, it just means that we're not shutting down pools, not putting up scaffolding when the pool deck is being used by patrons.
And have we gotten any kind of indication at this point in time, like in the business case, do we have an RFP or anything for costs related to?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I'd need to defer that to our IT team.
Through the chair to council, we had initiated to get camera quotations and CTV equipment for a few of our facilities and to look at upgrading them. So we have quotes already for 5 or 6 of our facilities, but they were standalone systems. So now we're working with our IT department to see if there could be some type of a solution that might incorporate standard across all the facilities. So that is also why it's taking a little longer, because we're looking at not just separate standalone systems, but probably a solution that it integrates well and goes out into the future, that could replace components as needed rather than the entire system.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, Zanette had stated that she felt that these cameras were important. And if these cameras haven't been in operation for quite some time, I'm a little unsure of why this wasn't brought back to us to either be pulled out of contingency or the Manluck Reserve, and why we're waiting until now. If it was a known problem that they weren't working, What was the holdup?
Through the chair to council, as I kind of mentioned previously, there's a number of our facilities that have CCTV equipment issues, and in the past, some of the camera issues, let me back up, some of the cameras usually last for 3 to 5 years. That's kind of the standard life cycle for this type of equipment. After 6 or 7 years, you're living on borrowed time and anything could happen. Most of our equipment is beyond that age, and so we're trying to look at a holistic approach for all our facilities rather than piecemeal one at a time. So that's kind of why it's been stalled, because I think IT and a number of other departments are trying to get together and to look at something that will fit not only at Manlick, but will fit at the fire station, and will fit at City Hall, and will fit at operations.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 9.5, update on public auction of tax recovery properties.
Hello again, Council. The update on the public auction of tax recovery properties is to give Council an update on the auction that was held on September 24th, 2024 at 10 a.m. here in Council Chambers. We auctioned off 4 lots, which were roll number 303230, roll number 303380, roll number 303470, and roll number 303480. These 4 properties are located in the Creeks Crossing subdivision. All 4 lots were unsold at the auction. We had no one in attendance besides staff. This subdivision, however, is in legal proceedings, and there's a meeting scheduled for November 4th with our city manager, and we hope to be able to give council more suggestions on what to do next after this meeting. We do not have a recommendation at this time in terms of this lot till the legal proceedings are completed. Thank you.
Councilor Billingsley.
I move that City Council accepts this information on the 2024 property tax auction as information.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Item 9.6, Wetaskiwin District Museum Society Agreement Update. Councilor Aberley.
May I be excused for pecuniary interests as the ED of the Heritage Museum?
Thank you.
Good morning, Council. At the September 9th, 2024 Council meeting, Council directed administration to examine the contract with the Wetaskiwin District Heritage Museum and bring that back to December 9th, 2024 meeting. However, as any change or amendment to the agreement may have a budget implication, administration is bringing back a portion of this report prior to the 2025 operating budget deliberations. In the September 9th, 2024 meeting, RFD 24-1252 indicated that the museum wanted to act as the primary lead for coordinating and administrating the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation for the city. To do this, the museum would require $7,000. The purpose of this interim report is to solicit feedback on this funding request prior to budget and to incorporate other comments and feedback for the December 9th, 2024 meeting. Any questions?
I move that Council accepts this report as information.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, where did this request come from for the $7,000?
Through the chair to council, administration met with the museum, and in discussion with them, that's the number that we came up with.
Okay, and we had this discussion less than 60 days ago about this $7,000, and it was determined that we weren't going to fund that. The request was to retain 7,000 of the 30,000, and it was decided upon that we would not give the 7,000. Having said that, then why is it being brought back to us if it was already decided?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, I know I was not at that meeting, but it was my understanding that that was as information. That whole discussion was information on giving administration direction towards this December 9th update to the museum contract. And because this could have a budget impact, again, we wanted to make sure that council had the opportunity to either add it to the budget discussions or not, knowing that the problem with this whole thing is it's a little bit cart before horse. So we've got budget coming, but the update to the actual agreement isn't until December 9th. So because it was information last time and no real decision or motion was made not to consider it, we felt that it was prudent to bring it back, especially knowing that we're starting budget today, and this could be something that could be added later.
Will there be an exact, in the discussions with their board, was there a discussion about a budget? Like, where is the $7,000? Is it just, here's the money and...
Directly to this one event, and that if we wanted to incorporate that, that's the opportunity now to do it for the December 9th 2024 report, because we were going to bring all the feedback from council and put in there. So if that's what council directs administration, we will include that.
No, and I guess what I'm asking is, where did the $7,000, where's that number, how was that arrived at?
Through the chair to council, the museum previously administered and ran 3 events for the city, and those 3 events each took a certain dollar figure. It was roughly $8,000 per event, and then there was $1,000 left over for contingency to cover all the 3 events. So that number was previously arrived at when the decision was made to have the museum host those a couple of years ago.
Sorry, further to that, Councillor Billingsley, I know where you're getting at with this. So the previous budget transfer from city was it 15,000? Yeah, 15,000 for Canada Day and 10,000 for Taste of Wetaskiwin. That was what we transferred over. The disconnect comes in that the museum looked at the 25,000 and said, I can do this cheaper than the city, and I'm going to allocate these 3 events through this $25,000. And so any changes that may be, or a suggestion as part of the December 9th one, the museum wants city council to look at it as 7,000 per with an administration fee per, instead of just Taste of Wetaskiwin and just Canada Day.
Thank you. Just one final comment. Because we had this discussion a month ago, thereabouts, I still stand with my comments that this money could come from the grants and aid, and I will not support the $7,000 as a budget item. There's no reason why this couldn't be coming from a grant and aid.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair of administration, I guess I'm looking for a little bit of clarification here. Is this item before us having to do with the $7,000, or is the item before us the agreement, the entire agreement?
The report before us today specifically says that we are looking for feedback from council on the funding, because it needs to, if you wanted it, we need to include it in our budget deliberations. But we would also look for any feedback that you would give us for when we bring back the December 9th report.
So is there provision in the agreement to change the agreement? So for example, if I were to sit here and make a number of recommendations, could it be argued that we're changing an already existing agreement so they're not able to be added to the agreement?
Through the chair to council, any recommendations that you give us here, we would, in our discussions with the museum, we would meet with them again and review those items or points with the agreement that you would perhaps like amended, and then we could have those discussions. But the agreement is for a certain time period. So if there is too much to change, then the agreement would have to be scrapped and restarted.
Okay. Are you aware anywhere in the agreement where, or in Schedule A or B, where there's reference to accountability for deliverables? And I guess what I'm getting at is where and how are the resources being spent? So for example, I know we get a report back from the library in terms of the activities they've engaged in. But we've given $100,000 to an organization, and where do we see the oversight as to where that money has actually been spent? Like the document says, to use on operations. So we've just given them the money, and I'm not trying to be flip here, but so we asked, what do we ask for assurances that it's been spent the way it's been intended?
Through the chair to council, feedback like that is great because we'll incorporate that when we come back on the 9th, but the intent of this is just mainly to touch on the budget amount. But like I said, any feedback you give us, we will incorporate and bring back on the 9th when this was an interim report just trying to focus on if we wanted to include this prior to budget deliberations. But any of that feedback, I've had those notes down, and now we will incorporate that. But you know, as far as answering a question, that's not the intent here, I don't think. So the intent is to collect feedback from council.
I'm going to get us back on track here for a second. So this agenda item is for the $7,000 as information if council wants to bring it back for budget. The last line there, all comments and feedback from council provided at this time will be also incorporated into the draft that will be brought back to council during the December 9th, 2024 meeting. So we've got a draft for the overall agreement coming back in December. Can we just stick to the information on the $7,000, and whether we add it or not is up to the rest of council? The rest of that agreement is going to come back on December 9th.
But I was led, sorry.
Yeah, and I heard that.
I was led to believe that he's asking for input.
Yeah.
To feed that document coming back to us.
Yeah. So there's the overall agreement here isn't in the agenda item. So my preference would be that we deal with the $7,000 for the event and any feedback that we're going to have on the agreement that we could all have in front of us for the December 9th, 2024 meeting.
And we would provide our feedback then.
Please.
Thank you.
Councilor Blatz.
Thank you. Just a question procedurally, because this is in committee of the whole, so we can't even add this to budget unless we add it to new business, right?
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further? So this is just to accept as information. Okay, ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We are going to take a 13-minute break. All right, we'll move into 10.1, Welcome Week update.
Good morning, Mayor and City Council. I am here to provide a quick update on the success of Welcoming Week 2024. We had a very successful week of different activities that included everything from cultural activities to actual physical activities, with only one day of rain out of our pickleball drop-in event. The stats are provided to you in the report, and I am happy to answer any questions that council may have around Welcoming Week.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I move that council directs administration to add an operating business case for Welcoming Week in time for budget deliberations.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Through the chair to Zanette. In the report, it talks about the Edmonton International Raceway, that 111 of the 300 tickets were distributed. Did we pay for those tickets?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, no, we did not.
Wonderful, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just, through to Zanette, I would just like to say thank you to you and all the city staff and all the volunteers, the community organizations that pulled this off, because it really went very well, and it took a lot of volunteer time, people not getting paid for what they were doing, and I appreciate it very much, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Elliott. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
Thank you.
11.1, Council Committee Reports and Attendance. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that council accept council committee reports and attendance as information.
Moved by Councillor Elliott. You want to start us off?
No, thank you. I'm just happy to be here.
We're happy to have you. Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. Nothing further to report.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Not specifically to the months that I reported on, but I did want to mention the pumpkin ball on, I can't remember, Saturday night, and just really congratulations and a thank you to the WDAX board for a great night, and all the businesses and individuals. They said the grand total at the end of the night, but I believe it was over $60,000 towards a new transit van for our communities. So thank you, Wetaskiwin.
Councillor Nielsen.
Nothing to report. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I wanted to also echo the comments made by Councillor Aberley. This was my first pumpkin ball that I got to go to, and I really enjoyed the event. There was tons of people there, and at some point, probably today or tomorrow, Councillor Aberley and I are going to bring in one of the pumpkins into council chambers. Doug Lelancet from Concept Safety was very, very kind and gave us one of his pumpkins that he got from the ball, so shout out to him. And no, it was a great event, and I was really excited to see how happy everybody was and how much money was raised for that event. So thank you.
Miranda does pumpkins for that and has for the last few years, and this year her pumpkin was the highest pumpkin bid on in history for $7,000. So that was pretty cool. Pardon? Minions, yeah.
Yeah, the Minions.
Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. 12.1 Bylaw 2072-24 to repeal Debenture Bylaw 1988-21.
Good morning, Council. So today we are looking at obtaining all three readings for this bylaw. To give a bit of background, during the February 22nd, 2021 and the April 26, 2021 regular council meetings, Debenture Bylaw 1988-21 was approved for the indebtedness by issuance of a debenture in the amount $455,395.91 for financing the road reconstruction local improvement on 62nd Street from 47 to 49 Avenues, and on 49th Avenue from 62nd Street to Evergreen Close, and on Evergreen Close. This local improvement project was constructed in 2022 and was financed through the Municipal Sustainability Initiative grant rather than financing the project through a debenture. And this is why we're requesting to repeal this bylaw.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. I move that council give first reading to bylaw 2072-24 to repeal bylaw 1988-21, debentured bylaw as presented.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. So we never took a debenture at all then?
Through the chair to council, that is correct. There was no debenture taken on this project.
Thank you.
We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that council give second reading to bylaw 2072-24 to repeal bylaw 1988-21, debentured bylaw. The end.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried.
I move that council give unanimous consent to move third reading of bylaw 2072-24 to repeal bylaw 1988-21, debenture bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Looking for unanimous consent. Ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that council give third and final reading to bylaw 2072-24 to repeal bylaw 1988-21, debenture bylaw.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Item 12.2, bylaw 2071-24 to amend local improvement bylaw 1989-21.
Good morning again, council. So further to this, the bylaw that was just, the repealing bylaw just before this item, this is also to do with the local improvement bylaw 1989-21, which approved the road reconstruction on 62nd Street from 47 to 49 Avenues, and on 49th Avenue from 62nd Street to Evergreen Close, and on Evergreen Close. So we're requesting an amendment to this bylaw, and the cost, because of the cost for the project was less than estimated, and the per parcel calculations were incorrect, and so we are requesting this amendment. So the amendments to this bylaw will include updating the actual project costs from just over 1.7 million to about $983,000. We would also be updating the funding from benefiting owners from $455,395.91 to the actual of $379,496.59. We would also repeal sections 6 and 7 of the bylaw to remove reference to the debenture, and then updating Schedule A with the actual project costs. If you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Councillor Billingsley.
Thank you. I move that City Council gives first reading to bylaw 207-24 to amend the local improvement bylaw 1989-21 as presented.
Moved by Councillor Billingsley. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, when was this project completed?
Through the chair to council, the project was completed in 2022.
So, at any point were we given that this project, before this was presented, that it was $800,000 difference? Is this the first time we've seen it, or has this been presented before?
Through the chair to council, this particular information was not presented before, but it would have been part of the city's financial statements.
So then that's going to lead my question is, how were we out so much?
Through the chair to council, when we did a cost estimate back in, would have been in 2020, costs were escalated through COVID, so that was likely the reason why, I wasn't here at the time, but that's likely the reason why the project costs were estimated to be higher than actuals.
So then the extra money budgeted then would have gone, the money came, I'm sorry, I'm just trying to follow the money here. So we had budgeted 1.7. That money was from a reserve.
MSI.
Yeah, sorry, when it came to the MSI reserve, right? So the money was sitting there. So we only pulled 982 of the 1.7 that we allotted for. Is that?
Through the chair to council, yes, that's correct. The rest of it would have been, or stayed with MSI funding and utilized another year.
So is there a mechanism that administration comes back to council to report on such discrepancies?
Through the chair to council, we do do our quarterly reporting, which would advise on project costs.
But this wasn't. You had said earlier that this hadn't been brought to us earlier.
Through the chair to council, in 2022, we weren't providing quarterly reports.
So that's going to lead me to my next question is there any more like this?
Through the chair to council, every other project that we have done, well, since I've been here, has been updated through the city's financials, and then any project discrepancies we have brought forward.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. This is Schmoulin subdivision, we nicknamed it, or correct?
Through the chair to council, this is the Evergreen Country Estates neighborhood, yes.
Yes, okay. So your price here on charge to the landowners, right? And the price came in. And the other difference would be $500 to build the road, the ditches and everything, correct? Because they're only getting charged for the asphalt, I understand?
Through the chair to council, the local improvement was only for surface work, so all the road prep, the ditches, the asphalt, and the road base, yes.
But what we're charging the landowners was just for asphalt. That's what they wanted, because they had a road, right? And they wanted asphalt.
Through the chair to council, there was a gravel road there, yes, and in order for us to put asphalt on it, we had to re-prep the road base and reshape the ditches. So all of those costs were included for this project to the property owners.
Okay, my other question is, this 989, does that include engineering costs, contingency allowance, and our time in it, or is that just the tender cost?
Through the chair to council, this is that total construction cost would have been engineering costs, construction costs. That was, and then of course the city contributed 50% to this project, and the other 50% was put to the property owners.
Thank you.
Councilor Nielsen.
Administration. I'm assuming because of its completion date, many of the landowners have already been making payment on their portions. And with this adjusted amount now, how are we dealing with that with regard to the homeowners? Are we changing the monthly fee structure? Are we amortizing it differently? Are they paying off a late month early? Like, how are we handling that?
Through the chair to council, so the 2023 and 2024 tax notices that did go out, there were some property owners that did not pay based on some information that they were waiting for this amendment to come forward, and we had sought legal advice on this. So those property owners were not penalized on the 2023 tax year because we were looking through those prices. So we've recalculated the full project cost and have put that through for the remaining 23 years on the local improvement. So they will have seen a reduction of from $801.46 per year per parcel to the $590.30 per parcel per year.
And what about those folks who started paying then?
Through the chair to council, so those people that have already paid those, I guess there's options that we could have that as credited on their tax account, or if they sought kind of a refund from the city, that we could do that as well.
So will they be notified of those options?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilor Bronco.
Thank you. Tyler, what was the tender cost of that project?
Through the chair to council, I don't have that information at hand.
Thank you.
Anything further? So this is first reading of bylaw 2071-24. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Opposed? Carried.
I move that City Council give second reading to bylaw 2071-24 to amend the local improvement bylaw 1989-21.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any discussion? Councilor Bronco.
One of the reasons I'm voting no on this is the tender cost. Either if the tender is 1.7, and or what was our final bill from the contractor, 980,000, or are we eating some of that stuff?
Nope, 982, 766 and
Was
75 cents.
Was the final invoice from the contractor?
Total cost of the project, which would mean that on the local improvement, the city paid half of, right?
So the total cost would be 890 plus 500. So what was the total?
Sorry, where's your 890? And
Well, you got 982.
yeah,
Was that the?
that's the total cost of the project.
So the 1.7 million was a tendered
Yes.
document?
Yeah. That was the estimated cost.
Estimate
Sorry,
of the
estimated
total
cost.
project.
Yeah.
But what was
Oh,
the tender cost?
You would ask that, and they didn't have that information.
Okay, well,
Sue?
Through the chair to Councilor Bronco, typically engineering costs are between 10 and 15%. So if the total cost was just under 900,000, what was the amount? Minus 15% would be the total tender cost. So the amount that you see in there, the estimate of 1.7 million is not what was tendered. When the tender went out, it came in much lower because our estimate came from COVID times.
thank you.
So second reading. Anything further? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council gives unanimous consent to move to third reading of bylaw 2071-24 to amend the local improvement bylaw 1989-21.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley, looking for unanimous consent to go to third reading. Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously.
I move that City Council gives third and final reading to bylaw 2071-24 to amend the local improvement bylaw 1989-21.
Moved by Councilor Billingsley. Any more discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried unanimously. Item 12.3, bylaw 2075-24, amendment to land use bylaw 1804-13, creating manufacturers taproom use. Welcome back.
Good morning again. Administration is recommending that the land use bylaw be amended to create and define a manufacturer's taproom use and add this use to the M1 light industrial and M2 heavy industrial districts as a discretionary use. Planning and Development received an application to make these amendments to enable the development of a tasting room in conjunction with a proposed distillery. The existing uses in the land use bylaw that apply to alcohol sales and consumption leave a gap regarding the potential development of establishments with a Class A manufacturer's taproom liquor license. The use is proposed only for M1 and M2 districts because it is an accessory to liquor manufacturing, which is an industrial use that would only be allowed in these zones. Other proposed amendments relate to parking, noise, and outdoor patios to ensure that the new use is regulated in a way that is consistent with similar uses. And I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Blatz.
I move that City Council give first reading to Bylaw 2075-24, amending Land Use Bylaw 1804-13.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried.
I move that City Council direct administration to schedule a public hearing for the recommended amendments to Land Use Bylaw 1804-13 to be held November 12th, 2024 at 9 a.m. I don't know why I got stuck on that.
Moved by Councillor Blatz. Any discussion? Ready for the question? Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. Looking for a motion to go into closed session. Councillor Blatz. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. All right, I need a motion to come out of closed session, please. Counselor Blatz, those in favor? Carried. We are going to break for lunch until 2 p.m. All right, welcome back. We are going to go into new business. Anything to add? Councillor Billingsley?
I guess as far as the time, through the chair, I guess how quickly could this information be provided?
Through the chair to Councillor Billingsley, as long as it takes to print and or email, whichever is preferred.
Okay.
I have the information, yeah.
As soon as possible? Is that
No, you'd give a date.
by,
October 28th.
28.
by October 29th?
You want to speak to that?
I sure do. Thank you. This year's budget, last Sunday, I started to go through the budget, and I was not, I was hoping for a little bit more information that was provided. And I understand that we're trying to get to a governance, making sure that we stay in our lane, I guess, is really what it's about. But unfortunately, my brain doesn't work that way. And I need to verify, and it helps me understand where we got to some of these requests in the PowerPoint that was provided to us, plus what's in our binders. I'm not looking for this to go through line by line. It's more have a better understanding of how you, and when I say you, administration got to the conclusions that it got to. So for me, I need to see that information to be able to feel comfortable in the budget process.
Councillor Nielsen?
Thanks, Mom. Are you looking for level 3 information from the 2024 budget, or are you looking at level 3 information for the information we've been provided to date?
It's for 2025's budget.
Thank you.
Because we already have.
Yeah, yeah.
We were provided that last year.
Yes.
And not this year.
Okay.
Anything further? We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Did you vote in favor or opposed? Oh, okay. I didn't see your hand up. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. Carried. 15.2, tax roll penalties.
Mr. Mayor, I can speak to this. The city was approached by a ratepayer looking for relief on the penalties that were applied to the taxes. And after the closed session discussion, this was our understanding of council's discussion.
Right? Sorry?
We're fixing it.
Yeah, they're fixing it. Just need a minute.
Sorry, Jess, can it say that council direct administration to enter into? We should probably put monthly. Oh, right. Okay. Okay, sorry, because there's not 12 months, it's, they just have to have the amount paid by, it should say June 30th, isn't our taxation date July 1st? Yeah, so this should be the end of June as the date. Say June 30th, or,
Should it not be monthly payment arrangement?
Through the chair to council, they can opt to pay it monthly, but from the discussions is to make sure that they add it paid in full prior to next payment date.
I think part of the discussion, though, was that if they missed a month, then they didn't qualify, because there's also a motion to not penalize on January 1st, so long as they're keeping up the monthly payments. Yeah.
Go ahead. Mike?
Jess, can we switch out 4 after the tax roll number and put it in the amount of $39.59 monthly?
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to administration, Sue, do we need to put that if a payment is missed, or is that understood with the finance department?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that'll be part of the letter that we send to the homeowner stating that if there will be no penalty January 1st, so long as these conditions are met. If they miss a payment, it's due in full and the penalty will apply. So we'll put that in the letter.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, Jess, can we put, sorry?
With the amount of
Perfect.
Someone want to make that motion? Councillor Elliott. Any discussion? I think it's important to note here that When we work with taxpayers in the community on developing a payment structure to help them with that, it's not always a no in terms of what the city is able to do or what council is willing to do, but always open to having that conversation with the taxpayer to come to a conclusion so that there isn't a hardship financially with the individual, as well as making sure that the city still is able to collect the taxes that are owed. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Carried. Oh, sorry. Opposed? Thank you. Carried. 15-3.
We have one more motion
Oh, we
for
do.
this.
I apologize. Go ahead. That's the follow-up for the same one, so that there's no penalty on the January 1st.
I would move that City Council exempt tax roll 310800 from January 1st, 2025 tax penalty as long as monthly payments have been made.
Open it up to discussion. We're ready for the question. Those in favor? Opposed? Carried. 15-3, 2025 proposed operating budget and the 2025 fees and charges presentations.
Good afternoon, Council. Administration is presenting the proposed 2025 operating budget and fees and charges bylaw. The city's proposed 2025 base operating budget shows a need for an additional $1.1 million, which is equivalent to a 5.9% tax increase in the city's base operating budget. This increase is related mostly to the RCMP contract, as well as to decisions previously made by council motion, which includes the hiring of 2 new CPOs, which increases the base budget. I will now go through the PowerPoint presentation to go over, just to do an overview of the budget.
Sorry, can we get the PowerPoint up on the screen?
If you move on to page 2, please, Jess. There were several assumptions made in formulating the base budget. Assessment growth is estimated at 1.1% for non-residential and 0.08% for residential. This is residential properties. This is based on estimates received from our assessor for the year 2025. The Bank of Canada interest rate is also expected to decrease, as we've seen with the announcement last week. So interest from investment is expected to be higher than forecasted in 2024, and this has already been included in the budget. A 1% increase in tax rate is equivalent to an increase in taxation revenue of $190,493. So essentially, if council increases the tax rate by 1%, the additional revenue generated is $190,493. This is calculated based on our estimated assessment value. The 2025 fees and charges is also being presented, and the revenue increase is equivalent to a revenue of $17,740 and a decrease in tax rate of 0.09%, based on the new rates that administration is proposing. The city would require a tax rate increase of 5.91% to cover operations at the current service levels. The RCMP contract impact on the budget is 9.3%. The tax-approved community peace officer positions that were approved about a month ago, increased the tax rate by about 1%. Without the impact of the RCMP increase to the budget, the city actually budgeted a decrease of about 3.39% through reviewing the current service levels and ensuring efficiency in our budget planning. Intercity transfers are based off estimated time spent by fleet and facility staff on each department. The next page is a graph that shows the breakdown of the increase to base budgets by departments. There's finance, 0.36, city administration, 1.41%, municipal services, 0.87%, corporate services, 1.73%. Council increased slightly, and when Sue goes through the non-functional areas, she will speak more to this. It's mostly due to legal. Community and protective services increased, as previously explained, mostly due to the impact of the 2 new positions approved by council, and RCMP costs have increased due to the impact of the changes made by RCMP on the contract. Administration is proposing business cases that total just over $2 million. 1.3 million of this is proposed to be funded from taxation, and which is equivalent to about 6.83% tax increase. However, council will get to go through each of the business cases and to vote on them later during this budget deliberation. 779,000 is proposed to be funded from reserve, if all these business cases that are being proposed are approved. Again, council will get a chance to go through each of these business cases and then to give administration direction. Thank you. I will now hand over to Sue.
Mine should have been lined up right after for non-functional. Yeah, just keep going in the PowerPoint.
Keep going.
Yeah. Okay, so in the non-functional area, which is where the city manager and city council sit in our budget system, we're looking at a net budget decrease of about 1.57%. The significant adjustments within the estimated growth that finance spoke about, equivalent to $116,330. Franchise fees are expected to increase, which was discussed at a previous council meeting. And then, of course, the interest from our investments. There is one note that the transfer of the Yellowhead Regional Library annual invoice is coming from the city budget, so that's just a transfer from their budget to ours, so it doesn't have a budget impact. One other area to note here is that the Peace Hills Utilities contribution, although not yet approved by Peace Hills Utilities, we're expecting $506,400 for the admin fee, which is the billing and other administrative things that this municipality does for Peace Hills, and then a return on investment of $824,000, which is equivalent to 8% of the revenue collected by Peace Hills Utilities, and that is the standard industry for other utilities within Alberta. Is there any questions on the opening and piece or the non-functional section?
Councilor Billingsley.
We need a motion to accept as information first.
Yeah, the motion to approve isn't until November 12th, so everything today is information.
So moved.
Okay.
To accept, and I do have a question.
But yeah, we won't be approving everything, so it'll be a straw poll throughout.
No, I realize that, but as far what was given here is information. This is not the beginning. Like, this is just information, pre-budget information, is that correct?
No, this is our base budget presentation.
Okay. Okay. Yes, then I do have a question. In the PowerPoint presentation, it talked about the assumption as far as growth at 1.1 for non-residential and 0.08 for residential, and said that that information came from the assessor that we contract. And my question through the chair to administration is, Last year, we were given information that our calculation was, assumption was made. Did we make that assumption from information from them as well last year?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, annually we reach out to our assessor and we budget based on the information that he provides.
So, and where I'm going with this is, they didn't get it right. Right? There was, they didn't get what actual increase was. And how confident are you that 1.1 and 0.08 are accurate numbers?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, our assessors go through a rigorous process to become assessors. And I do have to depend on the information that they provide me as the experts in the field. Assessment information is actually not filed with the province till February, which is why all of this is based on estimates. But we expect him to provide us with the right estimate to use in preparing our budgets. So the information that's contained in this budget is as provided by our assessor.
So you're comfortable with these numbers?
Through the mayor to Councillor Billingsley, as comfortable as I will get, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. So I want to be clear here. So the non-functional overview, this page is referring just because it says the net budget. We're talking about the net budget for non-functional. Is that correct? Okay, thank you. And so when you talked, Sue, about the PHU contracted services at 506 and the ROI at 824, are you saying that's in these numbers or it's going to be added to?
That is correct. Those are in, that is in this number. So if PHU decides anything different, it would affect the tax base.
Okay. So when you talk about significant adjustments then, and you've noted the assessment growth of franchise fee, interest from investments, we could also put in 506 and 824 from Peace Hills Utility and ROI in there as well?
Yes. Yeah, sorry, I would have missed that bullet.
No,
yeah.
no, that's all right. So
I think that's an annual amount, so that's why we didn't, I just made a note of it because we haven't, but it's been in the budget every year that I've been here.
right, but it's included in this documentation for now.
It is.
Okay.
And the only reason I raised it as a potential question is that normally the board would have approved their budget already, but they haven't. So I just wanted to highlight to council that depending on what the board decides, there could be a change on November 12th.
Okay, thank you. And my next question is, help me with my math, please. It's showing a 1.57 decrease, a decrease of $298,000. But we've added $429,490 in increased revenue based on those three numbers you've given us.
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, a 1.5% decrease in tax rate. So because the revenue increased in that area, when we have more revenue, you don't have to increase the tax rate. The impact of increase in revenue is that your tax rate for that department, there's the net budget decrease in this whole sectional area to the total budget was $298,250.
Okay,
The saving.
so bear with me here, please. Because my first inclination here is we're saying that we have decreased our budget by 298, but we've added 429 to the revenue to create that. That suggests to me on the other side, on the expense side, we've added 131,000 in expenses. So for example, had we not received these extra money, we would have seen an increase on the expenditure side.
Through the mayor to Councillor Nielsen, that is correct. So there are some expenses that increased, and in my introduction, I had mentioned that. So this part talks about the net impact. For example, I did speak that in council there was an increased expenditure for legal. So the net impact is what this 298,250 is. So the net of revenues less any increases to expenses still resulted in a total decrease of 298,250.
I guess all I was trying to ascertain was our expense side has gone up. While we talk about a decrease to the budget, our expense side went up by about $131,000. Thank you.
Any other questions? Go ahead.
So the next area is going to be City Council's budget. So this is one of the few areas where we did have an increase. So in 2025, we're proposing $46,000 increase, and that is made up of increasing $30,000 for legal fees, which includes investigations and things like that that might come up, which was never budgeted for before. And then as per policy, council's wages and benefits are increased by CPI, so that is 3% this year. So the general expenses went down because we did remove CAPE and things of that nature, so it went down by $6,300. Salaries went up by $22,540, and legal went up by $30,000, so that gives us a net budget increase of $46,000.
I would like to remove CPI from council, and that was how much, sorry? 15?
$22,540.
Those in favor of removing council?
Well, excuse me, is the CPI the mileage we get paid?
No. CPI is the cost of living. So 3%.
3%.
3.3%.
Oh, I thought that was COLA.
Yeah, it's based on the consumer price index. That's what the policy states. So we would increase our COLA amount or cost of living by CPI.
Okay, but that also includes the mileage for travel, correct?
No.
Isn't our travel based on CPI as well?
No, the travel is based on the federal government rates, and we change those as the rates change with the federal government.
And that's in policy, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's done automatically. So I'm proposing that we remove CPI from council's remuneration. Open it up for discussion. Yeah, Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandhi. Just a clarification, it would be for this taxation year
For 2025.
only and not a blanket?
No, that's not a change in policy.
Yeah.
That's just not adding the
Just making sure I
3.3 to
understood. Thank you.
2025. Yep. Anything else? Those in favor? Opposed? Okay.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions on council, or I'll move on to city administration?
Go ahead, sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, again, looking for some clarification. And I'm backing up again, Sue. So if I wanted to get some additional information, do I ask for it here now?
Are you wondering if the numbers don't work?
Well, no, I guess going back to non-functional, because if my first assumption was correct, that there's been an increase on the expenditure side of $131,240, then can we get a breakdown of where those additional costs are coming from?
Yeah, we have the information. And again, you're just dealing with the non-functionals.
Just the one piece of it,
GL,
yeah,
yeah.
at this point, yes.
Yeah, finance has that information.
And I don't have to have it like this instant, but I'd like to be able to get some understanding of that going forward here.
Okay.
Thank you.
Through the chair, Councillor Nelson, are you looking for the breakdown in, you have the revenues, you just want to know what the expenses increased by? Is that your question?
Correct. All I'm trying to get at is that while we have a decrease in that budget category, we actually have an increase in the expenditure side as well as on the revenue side. I'm wanting to know where the $130,000 increase on the revenue side is coming from.
Okay.
Thank you.
I can provide that detail before the end of this meeting, Mayor
Thank you
Ganda.
so
We'll
much.
just get it together for council. Thank you.
Okay. On the city administration side, so this is myself and our government relations and council admin support. We had a net budget increase of $29,000. So we did have revenue adjustments. We reduced the transfers for the election from my budget, and obviously that's moved over to ledge services in a different area. And conditional grants went down $60,000 because they had all of the money coming in for interns, et cetera, into my budget, and that's been moved to the appropriate departments. The expense amounts as well went down $84,000. So the increase in this area is 3% merit for the one staff member. And then we also increased travel for intergovernmental relationships in the amount of about $10,000.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to the administration. Legal fees, there were legal fees included with the council budget. Are there legal fees included here, or do they go with the city clerk, or where do legal fees go?
Each department has legal fees. I do have legal fees of just under $100,000 within my budget, and then certain departments have legal fees within theirs as well. The only one that didn't previously was council, and it makes sense to have that in there because every once in a while you actually have legal reviews that need to be done.
Thank you. Can you just put that back up on the screen, please? You talked about census, reduced transfers from reserve for election, but if we were planning on having a census, the cost of election and the cost of a census are pretty much the same at about $50,000. So if we were going to have a census, would we just leave that in there?
We actually have a census and an election reserve that gets contributions each year, so those have been moved out of my area and moved into ledge services.
So that's why it's being...
It's just coming out of her budget. It's been moved someplace else. So the funding is still there. It just doesn't come from her budget.
Yeah. Right. Thank you.
Questions? Okay, we'll move on to corporate services.
Good afternoon, Council. So the Corporate Services Division includes departments Communications, Human Resources, and Health and Safety, Legislative Services, and Records Management. There are two other cost centers that were previously in a different division. They're not shown here, but I will be speaking to those, and those are Fleet and Facilities, which is now one department. Overall, the division is looking at a net budget increase in 2025 of $36,440, and significant adjustments include merit for the 5 functional departments. There is a decrease adjustment of approximately $9,980 for changes in facilities allocation. Rachel may have additional information if you need that for that piece. Next slide. Information Services is looking at a net budget decrease in 2025 of $159,200. The significant areas impacting that number are an increase in merit, so that's the 3% increases on our pay bands, a decrease in materials, goods, and utilities, a decrease to 2 one-time transfers to reserves, and utilizing previously approved amounts that are committed in reserves. So when we look at reassigned expense categories, so there were some line items for software subscriptions, formerly in a different department within corporate services, that were moved this year for next year into IT. That's an efficiency and a subject matter expert related decision. Next slide. As I mentioned earlier, fleet is regarded differently, but these slides are in alphabetical order, so it is what it is. If fleet is part of Fleet and Facilities Department, on the fleet side, we're looking for a net budget increase in 2025 of $17,530. The areas where that number is impacted include an increase to contracted services, materials, goods, and utilities by $12,700, and the remainder is related to employee merit. Next slide. Facilities, on the other side of the same department, is also seeing a net budget decrease in 2025 of $90,000. And the areas impacting that number include increased allocation of costs to other departments. Costs that are not allocated to other departments have decreased. And there was a decrease in an over budget for insurance. So insurance premiums that came in lower than what were budgeted for. Questions?
Councillor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration, when we talk about merit, we're simply talking about being bumped on the grid?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. That's correct. It's the pay band is structured to advance employees through a step process on their respective pay bands, and the separation is 3% from one step to the next.
And the reason I ask the question is because throughout this document, there's places where it shows merit bumps and other departments that shows, unless I missed it, no merit bumps. So is this universally applied across all departments?
Through the chair to council, the pay band and pay grids are universally applied. I can't speak for the other departments. I can tell you that when I was looking at the impact to the budget numbers for each of these areas, where that number impacted and contributed to either an increase or decrease, that was why I chose to highlight that in this presentation.
And sorry, Sue.
Sorry, I was just going to add to that too, that not everybody qualifies for merit increase, so it really depends on where they are in the step. It's not across the board.
Grid would not get a merit.
Correct.
Right. But merit is based on recommendations from a supervisor, or is it an evaluation process?
Through the chair to council, it's a blended process. The performance evaluation process does impact this, and then the bulk of this is made through recommendations, as you said, through supervisors through to senior leadership.
Okay, thank you. My next question is on information services, and it talks about decrease to 2 one-time transfers to reserves. So what transfers were decreased under information services?
Through the chair to council. Got it here. I have the increased transfer from reserves. I have that information I don't have the decrease to transfers. I don't have the precise reserve funding, but I can get that for you.
Please, if you would, thank
Okay.
you. And under fleet, under expense adjustments, we've got an increase to contracted services in fleet. So are we getting more services contracted out, or is it just an anticipated increase in cost?
Through the chair to council, the increase to contracted services as well as materials, goods, and utilities is a reflection of the increased or the additional work that is being done in that area. And sorry, and I was just going to add, the finance manager has just messaged me to say that she has the information regarding those transfers in IT.
Okay, thank you. So our mechanics are contracting more work out? Is that a correct assumption on my part?
Through to the chair to council, where the manager of fleet and facilities has determined that it's more cost effective for us to contract certain pieces of work out, those decisions have been made where it's more cost effective for us to do that and ensure that our mechanics are working on the areas of priority.
Thank you. And my last question for now, in facilities, there's an increased allocation of cost to other departments. So my question was, what was previously paid by facilities, but is now being paid by another department?
Change in the facility.
Through the chair to council, so we allocate facility costs across the departments in the organization. That percentage changes based on the actuals that each department. So for example, if there's more costs, Manlock, for example, calls the facilities department more. The percentage that be allocated to them would be more than City Hall. So that percentage is not fixed on an annual basis.
Okay.
It's based on actual call-outs and that being allocated to each of the departments. So if they spend more hours there doing maintenance work, they would have a bigger allocation than, say, City Hall. And
So
that's adjusted annually.
This is a revenue as opposed to an expense side then? We're billing out more to other departments?
Through the chair to council, yeah, to Councillor Nielsen, yes. However, it's a nil effect because the revenue and expense side
It's
are
coming
the
elsewhere,
same.
for sure. Okay, great, thank you. And there was response to the other question?
CIT reserve funding.
To councillors. So the two amounts that were removed from 2025 transferred to reserve for IT was 12,000 for GIS software implementation project and 22,000 for photocopier leases. These were only one-time transfer to reserves.
So these were only one-time transfers? Can I understand that, please?
Sorry, this was, I think we had this discussion last year too. So previous finance departments didn't put in operating business cases and things like that, but that's not the proper way to do this. So any projects that were previously approved show as a revenue in and an expense out. And when the new budget comes up, if the project is done, it's no longer an expense. So it creates a little bit more confusion, but I think it's a better process as far as a financial control goes.
But isn't GIS an ongoing project?
Well, but if certain pieces, or if we had multiple, because I think we had Esri and CityWorks, so as certain pieces get done, we'll remove them as we need to.
Good, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Good afternoon, Council. I will walk you through the Municipal Services Division. So on the first slide there for the Municipal Services Office, we're looking at a net budget increase of about $15,000, and this is due to an increase in merit and some legal fees. Through our Planning and Development Department, I see you do not have the same slides. I'm sorry. Next slide. So engineering and airport operations. Our engineering department has a net budget increase of just over $14,000 for 2025. This is again due to merit, but also a decrease in revenue from our Travis permits, which is our oversized loads. That revenue has gone to municipal enforcement. And then airport operations, we're looking at a net budget increase of about just over $6,000, and this is due to a change in intercity allocations. For our planning and development department, we're looking at a net budget increase of about $20,000, and this is due to an increase in legal fees. And then for our public works department, for the parks and transportation component, we're looking at a net budget decrease of about $215,000, and this is due to us moving our sidewalk rehabilitation program from our operating budget to the capital budget. Our drainage portion of public works, there is no change proposed for the budget. And then our waste management, again, has a net budget decrease of about $6,000. However, our waste management budget has no tax impact, and we are currently reviewing our rate structure. If you have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. I'm looking at engineering and airport operations, Kathy, and there's a decrease in revenue on Travis, which is oversized load permits. Why would we be anticipating a decrease in those permits?
Through the chair to council, this is just a decrease in the engineering component. The revenue is actually being recorded under enforcement services because they're the ones that issue the permits.
They just transferred the revenue over.
I have to think about that one.
So instead of it coming there, it goes to our CPOs.
Oh, okay, okay, gotcha. And then the airport operations, intercity transfers, that would go back to Toulouse' comment about allocating costs more appropriately?
Through the chair to councillor, yes, that's correct.
Great, thank you.
Financial services is next. If you keep scrolling, please. The net budget decrease in 2025 is $69,340. The significant adjustments include we've now accounted for the additional revenue from the paper bill. For utilities, we charge $2 for paper bill. However, our postage expenses did increase to reflect the actual amount spent annually. Our bank charges have also decreased slightly in the budget to reflect the actual amount spent in 2024 to date. We also have incorporated in our budget a merit increase for the team. And that's all the change in finance.
Sorry.
No, that's okay. I was giving everybody a minute to catch up and see. Okay, move on.
Good afternoon, Council. Next is Community and Protective Services. Next slide, please. As can be seen from the organization chart, there are a number of departments and agencies that make up this division. First is economic development. There is a net operational budget decrease of 21,000, which represents a 4.7 decrease for 2025. This was mainly due to the reduction in expenses related to Welcoming Week. The department has found room in the previous 2 budget cycles to reduce their overall budget in each of those years. This year's focus is on identifying strategies that work, produce results, and then maximize efforts in those areas. No other decreases or increases are sought from economic development. As mentioned, we will focus on continual improvement and process improvement. Next slide, please. Fire services. We have a decrease over the 2024 budget of about $49,000. This represents a 3% decrease for 2025. Department plans for 2025 will be focusing on integrating into the new dispatch services, records management, creating a 5-year business plan, creating a capital replacement plan, and developing a business plan for another FTE for 2026. Next slide, please. Enforcement services. This upcoming year is a significant milestone for enforcement services. There is an increase over 2024 budget of about $326,000 net. This is a small department, and this funding growth represents a 31% increase for this department for 2025. And this is mostly because of the 2 new CPO positions, which will also increase slightly the training budget, uniform budget, and those types of things. The addition of 2 officers will significantly impact the ability of enforcement services to respond to calls. This also distributes a large volume of case files over more staff, since there will be fewer files per person, allowing more time for proactive enforcement activities. In addition, there is an increase to the dispatch budget due to fire services leaving and a general cost increase for the new contract. The animal control budget also increased slightly due to a new contract and updated pricing. Next slide, please. Recreation. As shown in this slide, there are a number of reasons why we have a net budget decrease of $103,000. One of the exciting things for recreation and for the community is the planned annual shutdowns. This is a proactive move for the community, which allows us to maintain asset integrity and value over time. The recreation team will be working on the development and refining of component lifecycle plans, working with the facilities team to enhance all aspects of the city's assets. The cost of supplies has gone up considerably over the past few years. Since COVID, the increases are far more than inflation. But the recreation team is continuing to look at safe alternatives for the more expensive items to keep costs low. The playground enhancement program is a large project that will require significant time and resources to ensure success. This is a long multi-year project that will need to balance the costs of playground structures and upgrades with responsible financial management. In the area of the arena, the continuation of the ice extension will probably not be feasible without another operator. Staffing in this arena is stretched. Next slide, please. Outside agency budget presentations were made to council recently. The Wetaskiwin Public Library is seeking an increase of $31,700, which is about a 6% increase in funding from the city. As noted, there was a previous increase early in 2024. Next slide, please. The most significant increase in the city's expenses this year is because of the salary adjustments and wage increases within the RCMP. These increases are across Canada and affect every location and jurisdiction that uses the services of the RCMP. It is not specific to Wetaskiwin. The increase in costs associated with our contract is close to $1.7 million annually. The reason it is higher this year is because of retro pay that RCMP staff members negotiated as part of their new contract. These costs represent about a 37% increase for 2025. As noted at the beginning of the budget presentation, the RCMP contract increase represents slightly over 9% increase in the city's tax rate alone. It was through the various divisions and departments looking at ways to decrease costs that the increases were reduced. Next slide, please. That concludes the Community and Protective Services presentation. Any questions? Let me try my best.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. I'm on economic development, Kevin. Could you tell me what the increase to the salaries for merit pay was for that particular department, please?
Through the chair to council, it's a small department, so the increase in merit to that department would be approximately $7,000 or $8,000.
Thank you. I don't need to ask my other math question that came with that, so that's good. Enforcement services. And again, I'm trying to do the math here in my head. Maybe that's a dangerous thing at this time of the day. Decreased fine revenues of $71,000 as CPOs will be focused on higher priorities as identified by council. And I know a lot of that higher priorities has to do with the southeast corner of the city, as we talked about before when we talked about those CPOs. However, the existing staff of three, correct? Okay. Generated $71K in fines. We had 2 more CPOs, and we're going to lose $71K in fines. I mean, I understand addressing Southeast Industrial Park, but we've gone southeast part of town, not the industrial park. Hopefully we don't have problems there. I guess I'm wondering how we go from 3 to 5, but we lose $71K in revenue.
Through the chair to council, sure. Most of our fine revenue comes from one officer, because that officer is a peace officer and the other 2 officers are bylaw officers. So most of the fine revenue comes from traffic control. So it is administration's understanding that council would like us to focus our peace officer efforts in a specific area of the community, and this year that focus might not be on traffic enforcement as much, but we do have a operating business case being brought forward on a traffic enforcement officer.
Okay, thank you. Recreation. Please refresh my memory. What was our contract with Connect with Wetaskiwin? What was the amount?
Through the chair to council, I believe that amount was $15,000.
Thank you. And remove completed operating project funding, and I'm assuming that's the same thing Sue was talking about earlier. Once we finish a project, we take that off. So could you remind me what that project was and what the value of that project was?
Through the chair to council, I don't have that in my notes right now, but we can certainly get that for you.
Please and thank you. That's it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to talk about the RCMP for a moment. We've had an increase of over the last 4 years of RCMP costs. We're losing 4 members probably, and yet our costs are going up, and they got retro pay again this year. They got retro pay the first year they signed the contract, and now they're getting more retro pay. I appreciate what the RCMP do, and I don't want to be an RCMP member, but they got an increase of 4.4%, which is being charged to all municipalities who have RCMP services across Canada. if our staff came in and asked for a 4.4% increase, our citizens would be very upset. And I'm just making a statement, but who negotiates with the RCMP each year? Do you know?
So the federal government was the one that was in charge of that. There's this I can't remember the acronym. We had one person at the table representing municipalities in Alberta. The federal government negotiates that contract with the RCMP, and so the first time they negotiated that contract, I think it ended up being a 23% increase, but that was because the whole negotiation took 4 or 5 years. By the time they had signed that agreement, it was already time to rewrite the new agreement, and that's why there's retroactive pay now, because we're, I think, 2 years behind when that last contract should have been signed. So the first increase was 23.9%, and then this one was the 4.4, whatever the increase was, but that's why.
So does it appear that we will probably get a similar increase next year?
No, because then they would have signed a multi-year deal. The reason they had to redo their contract the first time is because it took so long to write that first one. So now I think they're only a year behind, so now we should be a year of grace of not having the potential of a new contract.
So will we have a predictable rate as to what it's going to cost us for our CMP so that we can budget accordingly without getting any surprises?
For the next year, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Only because that contract is in place.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Toulouse.
Through the chair, I can provide the breakdown for non-functional that was requested now. So through the chair to Councillor Nelson, I will go over the change to revenues and to the expenses and the net. Bear in mind that the decrease that we refer to is compared to last year. So the revenues increased as follows. The tax growth is 110,000. Tax penalty revenue increased by 38,730. Franchise fee revenue increased by 113,160. Interest from investment increased by 200,000. The return on investment from PHUI decreased by 176,000. The admin fee revenue, which is the allocations that we discussed earlier, 143,000. So the total increase in revenue is 429,870. Now I'll go to the expenditures. We moved 33,600 to transfer to community grants. So it'll show up as an increase in a different area of the budget. So it's just reallocated. But it's a decrease in this department. Transfer to local boards increased by 29,000. Transfers to individuals increased by 3,600. We decreased this budget by 30K for grants to organizations. It's a one-time in 2024. Tax loss provisions was 23,500. Tax rebates decreased by 6,000. Facility expenses increased by 2,120. There was a one-time last year that council provided to the library in the amount of $13,000, which continues on for the library, so that expenditure increased. And then out of the 200,000 in investment interest that we're going to receive, we're going to allocate out 100,000 of that to reserves. So that shows up as an increase in expenditure. So the total change in both between the revenue and the expenses, the net change is 298,250. So even though the revenue went up significantly, there were some expenses that moved to different departments or that will be also moving to reserves. So it's not to fund other expenditures, but it's moving to reserves, to transfer to reserves. The net change was 298,250.
Thank you very much. And I would make a request. No rush. Can I get a paper copy of that information?
Yeah, to Councillor Nelson, yes.
Thank you so much. And if I may ask also, on the $100,000 transfer to reserve, is it to multiple reserves or a single reserve?
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, it'll be multiple reserves, and the exact amounts will be allocated based on the exact interest that we get through the year, and then we allocate it to the amounts that's due to whatever reserves earn those interests.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Toulouse, sorry, through the chair to Toulouse, you mentioned that the 13,000 that was given to the library in the first quarter is already rolled in, and they're asking for another 30, whatever the number is. So it's a carryover figure.
Through the chair to Councillor Nelson, during budget last year, their budget was increased by the 13,000. It was an in-year council motion for the 13,000, but it's not something that will go away. So in budgeting, we included it in the budget. This is outside of their asks that came through their presentation that you will see in the OBC to be reviewed later.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions, I did want to just do a quick summary really quickly about the budget survey data. So the confidential information was sent to council, but we did tally up the handwritten responses that were received as well. And it was really interesting when we looked at the online survey. The top three were safety and security as the first priority, roads and infrastructure as the second priority, and then economic development was the third priority. When we looked at the handwritten submissions, the top three were safety and security, increasing funding to recreation, and then increasing parks and trails and opportunities for active transportation. So they were very different in what they thought the priorities were, but we thought we would share that with you before you start considering any of the operating business cases.
All right, thank you. Through the chair, Sue. Sue, could you remind me what the number of handwritten responses was, please?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, there were 13. And 2 questions asked, whereas online survey, I believe there were 10. So the 2 questions asked on the survey were, would you like to share more about how you ranked your choices in question 1? Input is appreciated, so they gave the reasoning why. And then what would you like council to consider during the 2025 municipal budget deliberations? This could include projects and service levels or anything. We opened it up wide. There were some things in there about graffiti, which we kind of lumped in with the safety, items about the shelter, simple statements like focus on safety, that sort of stuff.
So the survey response was how many again, please?
13.
And the handwritten?
Sorry, 13 on the handwritten. The online survey was 67.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can move on to the operating business cases. We do have the Excel spreadsheet as well that we will get up for council as we start to move through the operating business cases. But if you look in your budget, at the very back, there's a white tab says operating business cases, and then there is a spreadsheet. First thing you'll see is it's by department for the operating business cases, and then we've highlighted the column for 2025 so that you can see what the requests are just for this year. The purpose of this is similar to what we do in capital, where we're trying to build out, a multi-year plan so that you can start to see as we grow or as we know we're headed for different changes, that you're seeing those come sooner than later. And so some areas have it built out already, and then some areas do not, but we'll continue to work on that. The first section is in the middle of the page. The request is a tax increase. And then the end of the page or the right-hand side is the ones that are no tax increase, so they would be proposed as funded from reserves, of course, with the approval of council. So we do have it by department with the operating business cases, and then it is broken down as per this slide and the next slide. There is a second page in that tab that talks about the operating summary by department and where they're funded from. Okay. And so each GM will go through and speak to their operating business cases, and the first one is Community and Protective Services.
Good afternoon. So the first one we're going to look at under Community and Protective Services is Enforcement Services. The Enforcement Services tab should be the red one on your binder, or the Community and Protective Services tab should be the red one on your binder. The first operating business case is body-worn cameras. So this operating business case is to look at the replacement of the current body-worn cameras. They are currently 2 years past the recommended service life of the cameras, and when we purchased them last time, this was a capital business case because we purchased them all at once, and we purchased a few more than what was needed, so we'd have some on hand. And apparently what we're doing now is we've cannibalized the ones that were working to have parts for the ones that are not. So this is to look at continuing to have body-worn cameras, which is good for public interaction, good for enforcement officer complaints, and good for residents. These current operating business case now is because it would be not a capital purchase, but it would be an annual purchase, kind of a rental thing like most companies are doing today.
Get straw poll as we work through this as well.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just through to Kevin. So Kevin, we'll have to buy 5, correct? We'll have 5 people in the bylaw section, peace officer section?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. We'll have to have at least the same number as what we have officers, and then we also have some in our vehicles as well that are face forward on the dash.
And they all have to be bought at the same time, correct?
No, I mean, these ones for the body-worn cameras, yes, we have to sign the agreement now all at the same time. But because this is not a capital purchase, it's kind of, like I said, a lease agreement, we can increase that number at any time within the current lease agreement. So it has the opportunity for growth in the future.
So we're just talking about how we pay it off. We decide whether we're going to pay it off in a 1, 2, or 60 month or whatever, right?
Correct.
But they all have to be implemented at the same time. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Chair. So you're saying we don't need to buy them all at once, we can go down the road, but if we don't buy the 5 now, down the road it could be more expensive to buy 2 more as everything goes up in price.
Through the chair to council, probably the recommendation would be to go with the annual payments, because then there's a little bit more flexibility, and then as the cameras wear out, you're paying the same amount for the newer cameras without having to buy new ones.
Okay, so if the cameras get updated, can we exchange for an updated version? You know, every year technology, we're always behind. You know, tomorrow we'll be behind.
Yeah, through the chair to council, that would be correct. So if we go with this annual payment plan, in 4 or 5 years, if that camera becomes outdated, they'll give us the new cameras and we can still pay the rate going forward.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to administration, I thank you for the report, and I appreciate that you've cannibalized, is that what you said, the other pieces for the current ones that are being used. Do you have a guesstimation, and I really do mean that, for when you will no longer be able to cannibalize?
Through the chair to council, the company that we previously bought the cameras from is actually no longer in business. So the next time a camera breaks down and we no longer can pick parts from a different camera, we're just out that camera now because that company is no longer in business.
Thank you.
Thank you. One more question. On these cameras, you obviously have to have a main source where you bring in the cameras to view the camera. I don't know who views it or not, but does that include upgrading the facility in our building here where you bring the camera in? I know we got a camera, so there's recording and everything. Does that mean we have to record the audio? I don't know, I'm not an electronic person, but you know what I'm saying. So we have systems that put the camera in there and it stores. So these are just for camera, but not for, I'm trying to find. Yes, thank you, the software for that.
Through the chair to council. Yeah, these body-worn cameras are just the audio and visual that you can see on the camera, and it's recorded in a cloud service for us, and then we can pull that as required for investigation, for evidence and those types of things. So they're not related to any facility cameras or anything like that.
No, I think what he's asking for, is there an extra cost to store that data?
Oh, the annual cost here includes the
that?
data.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yep, no, that's fine. Go ahead, Councilor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Kevin, we talked about 5 cameras, but it's got 4 body-worn BWC units under your cost.
Through the chair to council, this operating business case was made a number of months ago prior to council approving 2 new additional officers, so as to have a spare camera at that time. So now with the 2 officers, that's part of that increase in cost that I talked about in the slide presentation. There'd be slight increase in training costs and body-worn cameras and that type of thing.
So, yeah, so these prices aren't the correct prices then?
This was made, like I said.
Kevin has included those other costs in his base budget. So the increase of council approving those 2 CPOs, that increased the base budget, those costs are already included in our base. So this still stands, we still just need the 4. Does that make sense? When council approved the 2 CPOs,
yes,
we went in and adjusted the base budget to include that.
To include?
The body-worn cameras is included, the training and development.
For each one of them?
Yes.
But then that'll still have to go into whatever kind of an agreement we go into with them.
And we still need the 4. We need the 4 and the agreement, but the costs for the other 2 are included with the cost of the officers that's already been approved by council.
I understand that, but if we're entering into an agreement to pay for 4, why wouldn't the 6 be included in that?
It will be.
Okay. And the other part of the question, RCMP are going to be getting body-worn cameras as well, correct? Are they the same kinds of cameras or different?
Through the chair to council, the preferred vendor that we're currently looking at is the same vendor that supplies cameras to most of the police forces within the province of Alberta. So a lot of cross functionality with those other departments.
So maybe we can get a better bang for our buck then? If we're,
potentially.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor Nielsen.
Thank you. Through the chair to Kevin. On dispatch service, sorry, am I jumping ahead? You are. Okay, I'll pass. Thank you.
Straw poll on the 4 cameras. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you. The next operating business case is the for another peace officer, and this is to goes along with Councillor Nielsen's previous question. The operating business case here is to bring forward another position. I know Council previously approved a position. This position would be focused strictly on traffic enforcement. And if we no longer have the Red Flex portion of the contract for this flexibility, we're looking at probably a net increase. That's what I'm trying to find right here. It's approximately $30,000 would be the cost to the city based on the hiring of a traffic enforcement officer compared to the revenue generation in tickets that the officer would write. The province, for information's sake, the province currently takes, I believe it's 40% of every ticket that we generate within the municipality, and then the victim services portion of that is another 20%. So it doesn't leave the municipality much anymore for ticket fine revenue. But if some individual is focused strictly on that, then there's the opportunity to gain more revenue. The thought within the community as well is actual ticket. If some of you have received photo radar tickets in the mail in the past, it's kind of, yeah, I just pay it and it's part of driving a vehicle, and you don't take it maybe as seriously as if you actually had a ticket from an officer in person that might affect your demerits and then could affect your insurance rate on your vehicle. So having an actual traffic enforcement officer probably will affect traffic in the area better than photo radar would. So that's the logic behind this operating business case.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Kevin. Kevin, just regarding us hiring a traffic person, who will be paying for the processing, the mailing out of the tickets, court appearance, those kinds of things? Is that taken into consideration?
Through the chair to council, that's built in the costs here, but yes, it would be the city.
It's built into the cost? Okay, thank you.
Oh, thank you. You're sick. Kevin, question. So, hiring a ticket peace officer or officer, 10 hours, 12-hour shifts, you ain't gonna work 7 days a week, 24 hours. So, it seems to me one's not enough unless we have the other CPOs filling in his time, because if we're gonna have him there for 10 hours, what happens on weekends if he only wants to work?
Through the chair to council, currently we only have one enforcement officer, peace officer now. So when he's on days off, it's up to the RCMP to enforce the Traffic Safety Act within the city of Wetaskiwin. So we're not the only enforcement service out there within the city.
So this is beyond the 5 that we have. So there's an extra vehicle or other vehicles that we would have to purchase in order to have this program to be in effect.
Through the chair to council, this, in order to bring this one on, we'd have to seriously look at whether we need another vehicle, because with the other 2 officers, we could juggle that with shift work, but now we might not be able to do that.
Thank you.
You've sort of answered this, but when we were first posed with the question of adding, we were informed by administration that if we went to 3, it would necessitate another vehicle. Are you saying that that may not be the case now?
If we add this one, sorry, through the chair to council, if we add this position, that may not be the case because we're adding that other vehicle. But if this opportunity can be shared with the other vehicles that we have within enforcement services, then we can use that, because the peace officers have a different vehicle than the bylaw officers. So we have to be sure that the peace officer on duty has the peace officer vehicle, not the bylaw officer vehicle, if that makes sense.
No, it didn't, but that's okay. Sorry? Sorry.
Sorry, we do have the vehicle in here as part of option 2. So I think if you look at the 3rd page of in the cost area, so they've got option 1 and option 2. Option 2 does have $113,000 for a new vehicle based on current tenure. But again, that would be a capital expense. So if the OBC is approved, we would come back with an updated capital expense for the $113,000 to purchase the new vehicle and all the equipment needed.
And that expense would be borne from where?
Probably a reserve. We can't. Pardon?
Why couldn't it be the equipment pool?
Yes. Well, I just looked at Toulouse, and that's what she had indicated. So we could, but it is a capital purchase, not an operating business case.
Yeah, for sure. Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. So I know that I voted in favor of this being a business case, but that didn't mean that I supported it. I just wanted it to be a part of budget because we can debate it. But everybody knows how I feel about automated traffic enforcement. This is like my 3rd year in a row just saying that I don't support it in a lot of different reasons, but a lot of it has to do with the amount of cost that this is going to be, especially with our addition of 2 CPOs this year as well. I just don't think this is the year for something like this, and so I won't be supporting this business case with either option 1 or option 2. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we negotiate. I'm with my colleague over here. If our ticket officer's not here for giving tickets, we're going to allow the RCMP to give tickets. Why don't we get rid of the RCMP and hire a peace officer that is cheaper with a truck than having an RCMP?
Because the RCMP's sole job wouldn't be traffic enforcement. They're just also capable of doing traffic enforcement. Sorry, I'm not in my mic. The sole purpose of the RCMP isn't traffic enforcement. They're just capable of doing traffic enforcement. Councillor Elliott.
Mr. Mayor, to you, because you, with Alberta Munis, know more about these things, there may be a sheriff's detachment coming into our area. Would they be able to do, they would be able to do this kind of enforcement, would they not? Traffic control and speed and red lights and those things?
Sheriffs do traffic enforcement. I just haven't heard that we're getting a sheriff's detachment here.
I just said potentially.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. One question for clarification. Does the county bylaw officers, they're allowed to give tickets in Wetaskiwin, correct? Because it is a provincial and federal roads.
Sorry, through the chair to council. The City of Wetaskiwin is currently in negotiations with the County of Wetaskiwin to have an operating agreement in place where if the county was pursuing somebody into the city, they could stop them and give them a ticket, and vice versa. If we were pursuing somebody in the city and they left into the county, we could stop them in the county and give them a ticket. So there will be that cross agreement for both municipalities.
Thank you.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gantam. Through the chair, I think it's to administration. I also will not be supporting this business case because of the money going into already with the 2 additional officers that we agreed on and the potential needs for more operating on top of that. I just am not 100% sure if there's a third option. I did not support the ATE last year. And is it possible for us to add yet another one to also be removing that so that we're not looking at these added costs as a decrease to the overall tax rate? Did that make sense?
Through the chair to council, I think I understand your question. So yes, there are opportunities to look at other alternatives. For example, the sheriffs that were mentioned earlier, they're now stationed out of Pinoka, but they do end up here in Wetaskiwin. You'll probably see their vehicles parked at the courthouse because of what they have to do there. But there are other alternatives that we can look at. The province of Alberta is also looking at changing ATE, and that information was supposed to be out by now, but it's not. So there could be changes coming that way as well. So there's a few things in play that maybe puts this one up in the air a bit.
Through to council then, because we will have an opportunity later to think about this, and I really didn't put this through my head before now, to have another quote-unquote addition to the OBEs, because, and truly just, I'm making sure I'm understanding procedure properly, is a request to debate removing the ATE service that we have, as we all are going to have to talk reductions to have this budget at a level that we're happy with. So would that be an opportunity to later add it, or do I have to suggest a parking lot now?
Not necessarily an OBC, but it would be more of a level of service, right? And that level of service can be talked about anytime, not necessarily just through budget. If you were looking for information on what the difference would be if that level of service were to be cut, then I would make that request of administration.
May I do that, what he said?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, I believe the sheet that we gave you with potential level of service discussions has a cost in there. Well, there's a cost difference between an RCMP member and a CPO, so.
But not cutting out ATE.
Well, cutting out ATE was a motion of council to bring this operating business case forward. So if there is nothing approved with here, then we would still go forward with removing ATE. Because that motion was made in council, correct? Yeah. The motion was to bring an operating business case back to consider this. So if council does not choose option 1 or 2, we will just be removing ourselves from the program as soon as the contract will allow us to.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so on second OBC, one additional ATE mobile peace officer physical enforcement, option 1 or option 2. Vote for option 2. We're going to take a 12-minute break. right, let's reconvene. We can start with dispatch service increase.
Which one is that?
Third one down on the OBC.
Good afternoon, Council. This next operating business case is for enforcement services looking to get into a new contract with the dispatching service. The current contract expires the end of this year, and with fire left into a different dispatch services that focuses more on fire services. Enforcement services is looking to get into a new contract with another supplier for their services. Unfortunately, the prices have increased significantly, and they're not as inexpensive as they were a few years ago. So that's the reason for this operating business case.
Questions? Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Kevin. Kevin, was this put out, like, did local people have a chance to respond to this as well?
Through the chair to council, we went forward to probably half a dozen dispatch services within the area. So all the counties and municipalities that offer that service is in this region. We asked.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Okay. Yea or nay? Go again. Okay. Because we have an even amount, I had to make sure we didn't tie and lose it.
The next operating business case, we have none for fire services this year, so we're going into recreation. The first one from recreation is for pool chemicals. This is to, as I mentioned in the PowerPoint presentation, we're looking at less expensive alternatives to maintain the integrity of the pool chemical balance that we need to maintain. That's a standard by the province put forward. Due to whatever conditions of the water, alkalinity or basicity or the number of patrons in the pool, that affects, all of that affects the type and amount of pool chemicals that we use. So each year over the past number of years, we've exceeded the budget allocation for pool chemicals. So that's what this operating business case is for.
Thank you, Tyler. Kevin, I know we need chemicals for a pool and all that. Have we ever tried to work with other municipalities that do Camrose, Anoka, to, let's say, buy 50, 60 tons of this chemical, we store it? Or is it good to store it, or does it deteriorate for so long in storage? See, the large volume may be cheaper.
Through the chair to council, some of the pool chemicals that are used are not like inherently toxic, but they're dangerous enough that to store them we'd need to meet certain regulations or requirements. So it'd be probably more expensive than in the long term than to let a contractor do that for us.
Hazardous if storing it and everything. Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through to Kevin. So, Kevin, the reason it's in this instead of in the budget is just because the increase is so large? Is that correct?
Through the chair to council, for the past couple of years, we've been averaging over $50,000 over what the budget is for this line item in the budget.
So rather than increase the budget line,
Through the chair to council, anything, we're kind of instructed that anything over inflation rate as given to us by finance, we have to come forward with an operating business case to explain to council why we just can't increase the budget by that much.
So then next year, if it remains somewhat the same, then the 65,000 would just be included in the budget line for next year.
Correct. This would be going forward. So next year, if it only went up a couple thousand, we would have enough within to continue on.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything else? Yep, go ahead, Councilor Nielsen.
Through the chair of the administration, are there savings in having saltwater pools over chemical-based pools?
Through the chair to council, that is a good question. Unfortunately, I do not know the answer for.
Thanks, Mom. Do we have we investigated ever a conversion in terms of what kind of physical plant changes would need to happen in order to go to? It's my understanding, only from people who own smaller pools, I don't, that they tend to go to a saltwater pool because of cheaper to operate and easier to operate, because you're not playing around with a whole host of chemicals. But I don't know if that's fact or fiction. And I'm just wondering what the cost would be to consider and convert.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I have worked in a municipality that has a saltwater pool, and I was there with the conversion as well. I can tell you that it was not cheaper in that instance, and I think the difference is because you're looking at commercial grade, so we have to meet a bunch of AHS requirements. It probably could have been cost comparative if it would have been designed that way.
Right.
But in order to switch out the UV and all the chemicals and put in, you need massive sand beds that are captured in containers for the salt water to run through. Like it's a pretty intricate system. Probably could have been comparable if it was designed that way, but to retrofit it would cost millions.
Okay. And
Just if I could just respond to Mr. Councillor Nielsen, when the pool was going to be built, research was done and your question was asked. And the experts at the time suggested that we go with what we have instead of salt water. And that was just that was a recommendation to our whole committee.
Okay, great, thank you. And then in terms of the operating business case here, it shows a total of chemicals of 126. Is that what's, does that include the 65,000, or is that what we spent last year and we're adding 65 to it?
Through the chair to council, the total identified includes what the new with the new increase. Did I make sense there, or just?
So it says total of 126. That would include the 65. So previously we had budgeted for around 65, and we're spending 130.
So we doubled our expense.
Through the chair to council, like I mentioned previously, we're over the past couple of years we've been averaging 50 to 60,000 more than this budget line item. So we have to take that from other places within our budget, because we can't scrimp on pool chemicals.
And so if I were to go back into previous budgets to look at this, for example, where would I find that on a budget line? Is it just in operational supplies and materials, or where would chemicals fall?
Just let me check. I have that right in front of me.
And the reason I asked the question, you know, you've indicated that this has gone on for the last couple of years, and this is the first time it's come back to us as a budget item.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, this was discussed last year, but we had sent the team back to do some investigating before we actually came to council to ask for the money, because the way that it was posed was that there was a change made when a previous director was here, and that change may have increased the cost. So I had the team go back and say, if we reverted back to the old system, does it still cost us more? And yes, it did. Okay. So we did some investigation before we brought this budget line item forward.
Fair. Thank you.
That was going to CO2 system, right?
Yeah. I don't need that answer right now, Kevin. If you could provide it for me later, great. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Anything else on pool chemicals? Yea or nay? Thank you.
And finally, the last one from Community Protective Services is the operating business case for a permanent full-time equivalent position for the arena. We are struggling every day to meet the service requirements of the arena with both arenas. So this is looking to add another position so we have some flexibility with shift work and downtime and that type of thing. Any questions?
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. If I remember correctly, and so I may not remember correctly, so please correct me. Sorry. It was my understanding when we were discussing extending the ice in Arena 2 that this discussion would come up. So if we do not approve this position, does that also defeat the extension of the ice in Arena 2 until the end of May?
Through the chair to council, yes, that was, I kind of alluded to that in the PowerPoint presentation, that we were struggling, so without the position, we would not be able to maintain the extended hours.
Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler, to Kevin. Kevin, so by increasing this $92,000, I would assume we'd be increasing fees to the facility, because it doesn't make sense to have an operating cost go skyrocket, not skyrocket, but enough to cover this, and not increase fees to operate the system that recoup some of our costs. So I know we have a plan here to increase whatever, some stuff, but if I were to say yes to this, that means I have to say yes to arena cost, rental fees and everything to go up, same as swimming pool and everything.
Through the chair to council, that's certainly, there's various ways we can collect revenue, and if it's based on a cost recovery basis or a percentage, we can look into that, and or you could direct us.
It's a tax base, so somewhere we have to come up the money, and we either cut somewhere or increase the fees.
As it's presented in the operating business case, it's taxes, so there's no offset for fees.
But we're raising the taxes to get that money.
Yes.
Okay, so to me.
But you're saying you're increasing fees. We're not increasing fees, right?
Technically yes, and technically no.
User
but
fees. You were talking about
Okay.
increasing user fees.
Okay.
Everything on here is has increased taxes that we've approved. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Was the extension of the ice in Arena 2 approved by council?
Through the chair to council, yes, it was.
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, that was it was a one-time approval. So if council wants to see that continued extension, we would need extra help. The other option that we've talked about too, we did hand out opportunities for changes in levels of service, and looking at cost recoveries is one of them. And the group that came forward that asked for it to be brought in did indicate that they would look at different rates in order to pay to have a person. The problem that we ran into, and we discussed this with council when the pilot was discussed, was it's really hard for us to find term people. And so finding someone to come in for an extra couple of months to do this is a bit of a challenge, even trying to get in summer students a little bit early and that sort of stuff. So we were not successful in all areas in trying to get someone in to help with just small changes.
I understand the rationale. I don't remember us approving the fact that we were going to allow the school to use it. That's all. So that's my fault. The other thing is, I have to agree with Councillor Bronco. If our costs are going up in the arena, the cost per hour is going to have to go up on a rental basis somewhere down the road, because it's user pay. So somewhere down the road, it's going to have to go up. If we're charging $180 an hour now for our arena, and we're adding $90,000 to the cost of the arena, somewhere that has to be eaten up in our fees. So, thank you.
Councillor Nielsen.
Through the chair to administration, the notion of extending the operational hours of Arena 2 was done on a pilot basis, correct? And so I think to Councillor Elliott's, we haven't committed to that long term, right? And so if this wasn't approved, then I'm assuming we'd go back to our users who wanted it and say, ICE will be out on such and such a date accordingly. But when we ran the pilot, we had all sorts of assurances from the various user groups that they were going to bring hockey programs and summer programs and all sorts of things. Have we seen any kind of increase in the booking that would support that argument?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, because there was no long-term agreement, they did not move forward with solidifying some of those plans. If there was a long-term commitment from council, then they would move forward. One of the other things that we will be discussing in more detail with council when we bring in the levels of service for community and protective services is at what level does council want to subsidize recreation. And so it's different across the board right now, and through various fee reviews we know that we are lower in some areas, but also keeping in mind the socioeconomic status of our community. We may not want to keep up with the Joneses in this area, so I think it comes down to a philosophical discussion with council about what's the level of subsidization that you want, because all rec facilities are subsidized to some extent, right?
But I want to make sure I get this right here. So even though we agreed as a council to support the extension of ICE, based on the proposals that came forward from a number of different groups saying they could really market this for us, because it was a pilot project, they chose not to market it?
Well, the main group that was driving that was not prepared to put in place permanent, what they consider to be permanent structures without a commitment of making sure that that ice was going to be available each year.
Thank you.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. But to me, the pilot project was going to be a pilot project, and if everything worked, then they were all going to continue with that. They were all going to work together to pay for the ice. The ice costs, if it's only WRPS, is going to be prohibitive, because they said they would pay the cost of the ice that it costs us at this point in time, which means that the taxpayer is going to pay for it one way or the other, through school tax or through city tax. So when they talked to us and said, we're going to do a pilot project, we agreed with the extension based on the pilot project. Now, if the pilot project is not going ahead, do we have an obligation to extend the ice?
Through the chair to Councillor Elliott, no, council agreed to extend the ice once this past year, so that's what we did.
But
and there have been no requests since then to...
But it was based on the pilot project, correct? Which included all of the things we were told they would do.
It was based on the request from that user group.
Okay, thank you. Now, I just to clarify, I'm not going after administration, okay, don't hear that. But we were kind of led to believe that from the people who made the presentation that they were going to provide all of these different types of hockey-related services for that time. To fill up, they were going to fill up all the ice slots. And now it sounds like it's only going to be the schools that are filling up the ice slots. Thank you.
Anything further? yea or nay? Thank you. Let's talk about websites.
Good afternoon, Council. Yes, we're going to talk about a website. So the communications OBC is for a new municipal website. We're proposing a new municipal website to replace the current City of Wetaskiwin's website, wetaskiwin.ca, along with the two associated microsites, manluck.ca and investwetaskiwin.ca, with the aim to improve the design, functionality, navigation, and flexibility of the website to better serve residents, businesses, visitors, and internal city employees. The current website was first developed was redeveloped in 2018, meaning that it's been 6 years in use. And as many things that are IT related, 6 years is a long time. Per industry level or industry best practice, websites should be redesigned every 2 to 3 years to ensure design and functionality of the platform is in line with the needs of the customers and helps in achieving the organizational goals. Most projects supporting the 2022-2032 Council Strategic Plan need effective communication to succeed. The success of engagement and two-way communication depends largely on the quality of the city's website and microsites. We know this from feedback we received from members of the community in customer service surveys that were completed in 2020 and 2021 that indicated that members of the public found or encountered difficulties in finding information on the city's website. So the city's economic development, communications, and rec departments actively run campaigns and advertising that drive traffic to the city's website and associated microsites. While these campaigns aim to increase awareness in programs, city services, important council decisions, enhance tourism, and attract investment and new residents, the current website faces a number of challenges that hinder its effectiveness and decrease user engagement. We know that when people have to click more than 2 or 3 times, they give up. And when you have a 6-year-old website, that's kind of what you're doing. So we're looking at for $64,000. This would come out of taxation, and that would include redesign, development, training, and hosting costs. Following that, in the years to come, there would be an annual fee that is quoted as $15,600, and that would be the cost of hosting once the implementation project is complete.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you. Through the chair to administration. Correct me, I thought I heard you say that $64,000 would come out of taxation.
I did say that, but I meant it was coming out of reserve fund. My apology. I'm glad you caught that, Councillor Nielsen.
No, my heart stopped. It's,
yeah. Okay.
I was going to switch. I was going to say let's do reserve for that and then tax for
anything else, everything else. So is this a contracted service given over to somebody who does this professionally, who will come in and take our website and transfer all the data into its appropriate new boxes?
Through the chair to council, yes, this would be a contracted project with somebody, with an organization that does this work and at a subject matter expert level, and would be able to redesign our current websites and bring them up to 2025 standards.
And so typically what happens, because I'm not familiar with this, but what happens, we stay on the old format and then on one day we flip a switch and go over to a completely new one?
Through the chair to council, that's correct. There typically is a transition period where there is a test environment for these kinds of initiatives. And so we would test the functionality, make sure that it works for anybody who, from anywhere, internally and externally.
Good, thank you so much.
Go ahead, Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through to Shelley, and I appreciate this. I'm one of those, if I have to go more than 2, I don't know where I'm going, so. But will there be networking abilities? Once we're there, would the library be able to network, or FCSS be able to network with our system as well, so that people could access other parts of our community with computers and things?
Through the chair to council, I think what you're asking is if a member of the community could access information or services via a revamped or redesigned city website. Is that the question?
Yes, and let's say they went to the city and then they want to know something about the library in Wetaskiwin. Would they be able to access that from going to the city website?
Through the chair to council, that would be correct, they would.
Okay, great. I look forward to this. Thank you.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. I'm not a very computer kind of guy, but 2 questions, because you know I always have problems. So the system we have, is it outdated, or do we have unexperienced people operating? And my other question is, you said that if we were to approve this, tomorrow night, we flip the jar over and it's operational. Why do we need training?
Through the chair to council, to answer your first question, I would say it's probably a little of both. Certainly the design is elderly. It is very hard to find information on our city's website. And there may be people with limited knowledge to apply those skills to access the website. So both may be true at the same time. It's not binary. In terms of your question regarding training, creating a new website will require our employees, our affected staff, to know how to operate them, how to insert information inside the website so that anybody who accesses the website looking for that information will be able to find it. So absolutely there's training involved. What I did refer to in a previous question was a test environment. So typically initiatives like this that are technologically driven have a phase where there is a transition phase where there's a test environment where we can, from an internal perspective, test the environment to make sure that the website will function as it's intended to function when it does go live.
See, I have an artist, but to me, we're going to get this top technology, and if we don't have qualified operators, it's no good. So is the staff that we have, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with them, but some, in this day and age, a lot of people are better at operating this new technology than some other people. You got a prime example with me. I'm an old guy. I don't know how to operate none of this, but we need qualified people to operate our system, because I believe that's one of a lot of the complaints we get in our community. So I have no problem doing this, but if we don't have we're putting a Cadillac, what do we need? An experienced Cadillac operator to operate it.
Through the chair to council, what we're looking for is to replace an outdated interface with current technology. So that's the first priority. Training would be for how we can continue using the site and take it over in the management of the site. So that's what training does during the interim. So that, to your point, if somebody's never driven a particular kind of vehicle and it has different functions, they may need some training in order to operate that to its peak performance and to the most, the best efficiency.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandon. One's a comment, because I'm starting to feel a little stabby right now, so it's meant to be mostly a joke. I'm a little sad to say goodbye to the website, because it's the one thing that has united this community, is our hatred of it. So, but thank you for bringing this forward. And really my question is, and it's just so I understand this document, I appreciate and 100% get the $64,000 from stabilization reserve, which is going to do all that stuff. The 15.6 also for this year is because we have to pay that host every year. So that's why for this year you're adding, for this year, the total cost of this is, don't even ask me to do the math, 79.6. But it'll only be 15.6 that's added year after.
Through the chair to council, the cost for implementation in 2025 is $64,000. The annual cost we wanted to show council would be beyond 2025, and it'll be an annual cost, so it's not going to happen in 2025. The 15,600.
So
Councillor Aber,
I am reading the document wrong.
if you look at the spreadsheet,
That's
Councillor
good.
Aber, you can see Aberley. You can see that the cost shows up in the 2026 line, not 2025.
Yeah, I read the spreadsheet wrong. I
Perfect.
apologize. Thank you.
Go ahead. Your mic, Councillor Nielsen.
If we operationalize it in 2025, do we not have to pay, I gotta find it here, the ongoing $15,000 and
I thought that was for replacement, like to redo it so that there was always money set aside for it.
oh, so that's not a,
Councillor Nielsen, in the cost, it says 64,000 includes the hosting cost for this year, so any amount of time that it is up is included, and then the future hosting costs after 2025 are going to be 15.6 for a
Okay.
full year.
okay, thank you.
Sorry, then does that hosting cost, when this website, when the new website becomes obsolete or becomes a place that isn't easy to navigate, are we able to go back in and not have to do a complete redesign? Is that part of that hosting cost, or are we going to have to spend the money to redesign and then have an ongoing?
The latter.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to say to Councillor Bronco, Yellowhead Regional Library went to a new program, and so they have 52 different libraries, as they were transitioning, they went to each library and then they trained the staff on how to do it, but it was just upgrading the program. It wasn't something brand new that nobody had ever seen before. It was an upgrade. So it's like you going from your 1995 car to a 2000 car. You've got more things that'll make it operate better, more bells and whistles, but it'll be easier to operate. And so that's why the training is there for the staff, and then they slowly introduce it to the public so the public doesn't get overwhelmed. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Bronco.
Thank you. Good thing. We have training right now in effect yearly for our staff, which is part of their computer advancement or technology, how you want. So we train our staff right now. Anybody gets hired, everybody gets trained. So there is a budget, I think, in administration for training. Is that part of this? Or is that beyond that?
Through the chair to council, this is beyond that. This would be specific training for the new website. So, okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Blatz.
Thank you. To council, I did a public engagement session at AB Munis the first day that I was there, and thank you. One of the things that I learned in that public engagement session was that one of the highest ranked things that made people have distrust or mistrust in their council is when their city website is hard to manage, and that was their #1 complaint. So I feel like this is something that goes a little bit further than just being aesthetically pleasing. It's also one of those things that can actually help with numerous issues that we have, as well as making sure we're communicating effectively and efficiently with the public. And so I think this will go a long ways with our community. And this was something that I think got brought up in 2020 and I voted against. And so I have converted.
I saw it.
I know.
Anything further? Right. Yea or nay? Oh, unanimous. Unprecedented.
I gotta, as long as somebody teaches me how to use it, I'm okay.
Do you use the one we have right now?
Yeah, but I'm slow.
You can be slow.
As seniors are getting old.
Yeah, you're like 16 years into, or 16 hours into being a senior now, so.
Yeah, look how he slowed down.
Ongoing, it was assumed, I would imagine, but ongoing costs for hosting. Ongoing costs for hosting. I assumed it was assumed, but I just want to be thorough. Human Resources, COLA. Oh, sorry, Citizen Satisfaction Survey.
Oh, we're on COLA, huh?
That's a future year one. The next one is the cost of living in HR.
Okay, actually, I want to talk about that anyways. When we're going to, not consistently, but regularly do these surveys or whatever it is that we're working on, can we incorporate that into a budget line for ongoing costs as opposed to pulling it out of stabilization or contingency or any of the other reserves, if it's something that we do regularly?
Absolutely. When we bring back the reserve policy, we'll make sure that that's covered.
Perfect. COLA.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, Council. The Human Resources Annual Cost of Living Allowance, COLA, is the next operating business case and corporate services. The business case outlines the rationale for implementing a cost of living adjustment, COLA, for employees. The primary objective is to ensure fair compensation that keeps pace with inflation, enhances employee satisfaction, and boosts productivity. By adjusting salaries to reflect the increased cost of living, we can retain top talent, reduce turnover, and foster a motivated workforce. The current economic environment is characterized by fluctuating inflation rates, which create an overall compounded effect and increase the cost of living for our employees. Without corresponding salary adjustments, the city risks having overall pay rates falling below the 50th percentile threshold that we currently share with our municipal comparators, and our employees experience a decline in their real income, which can lead to decreased morale, productivity, and retention rates. The situation presents significant risks to our organization, including the loss of valuable talent and the potential costs associated with recruiting and training new employees. Approving COLA will support the attraction, retention, and motivation of qualified talent and the implementation of Council's strategic plan. The business case provides 3 different options for council consideration. This is a taxation, and I know this is a taxation amount. And so if you turn to page 84 in your binder, you'll see under the financial information section, the cost options. Administration is recommending option number 1 at a cost of $330,000 for a 3% COLA for January 1st, 2025. there's an additional option. Option two is 2.5% for $275,000, and option 3 is 2% for $220,000. And I'll be able to take any questions.
Through the chair to administration. On the chart here that includes the time period, it shows August 2023 to June of 2024. And then the year that it's applied in. So what does a time period reference then?
Through the chair to council, are you speaking of column 1, the time period?
Yes.
So those dates reflect the time frames that COLA was assessed or examined by administration in preparation for previous year's COLA business cases.
Councillor Aberley?
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Through the chair to Shelley, and I'm sorry I didn't think of this before. I am sitting here right now, unfortunately, believing I don't support this this year, because it's not that I don't appreciate our staff, but I am struggling with this budget. Would you have an indication, or maybe you could get back to me on how much further down the line, because it's my understanding, it was before my time here, that we had raised salaries to that mid-level in comparison across similar communities. So we're just continuing to put ourselves behind again by not increasing COLA. Is that correct?
Through the chair to council, historically, the city approved a market survey in 2020 that placed our midpoint median at our municipal comparator step 8, which meant that our midpoint median was at the top of their ranges. That made us very uncompetitive with our municipal comparators. It was very difficult for us to attract quality employees, and when we did, we were typically having to offer starting salaries at the higher end of the pay grid, which of course creates other issues. In 2023, last year, we came to council having completed, as per our directive, the market compensation survey for 2023, and the council approved a compensation design that moved our midpoint median to the 50th percentile so that we were in sync with our municipal comparators. And I think we've seen over the last year the benefits of having our pay bands and our pay grid as a whole reflect that competitiveness.
Okay, thank you, Shelley.
Okay.
Councillor Blatz.
I have a negotiation, but it involves the next business case. Can I do that? Okay. Because mine was going to be a 1% COLA increase with the health spending account.
Mine was going to be a 2% COLA increase with the use of WCB rebates given back to staff. I just need to know that number, and just confirming that all staff have staff rates for Manlac passes. So,
through to council, it's part of our package. Anybody that has a 1-year term contract or more, including all permanent staff, have the ability to get a 50% off Manlac pass.
yeah, so my negotiation was going to be 2% COLA, no health spending account, but depending on how much the WCB rebate was, could go back to staff based on the fact that they have a 50% discount at the Manlac. So the last line on page 85, the alternative to this, if council is unprepared to support this now, administration is requesting that council then approves the use of any WCB rebates that we receive each year to be used toward an in-house administrative program. So we would get what would a rebate back for WCB be?
It's typically around, it depends on the year, but I think this past year it was 45,000.
Yeah, so that would have been in line with I was thinking 50,000 for the rebate, or not the rebate, sorry, health spending account, so $500 per employee.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll tell you what I'm proposing.
Yeah.
So it's not quite so
Help me.
complicated. Okay, so I'm proposing a 2% COLA, no health spending, but the rebate we get back from WCB could go back and do the in-house administered health spending account for staff, which would be about $45,000 a year. So just about $500 a year per staff. Does that make sense?
I think so. So basically it would be like a health spending account, but in-house instead of it being
Correct. You would,
exterior.
yeah. I'll just confirm. The rebate with the WCB, would that be administered the same way that a health spending account would be?
Through to the chair, yes, it can be administered in that manner, yes.
Okay, so my counter offer would be 1.5% and that.
Councillor Aberley.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. My counter.
Okay, we're going to start voting on these instead of counting.
I would like to separate between the two.
Okay.
So I would like to vote on the two ideas separately.
Councillor Bronco.
Thank you, Tyler. We have great people working, but we also have great citizens who pay for all this. We're raising their utility fees, we're raising franchise fees. Or not? Oh, I thought we were raising franchise fees.
Nope.
But how about giving something back to the people who pay the bills? I can't support this, whether it's a 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm sorry, but we have great people. I know they work hard. We have a lot of issues in our community, and to keep raising the prices and the taxes up, I can't support this. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Through the chair to administration, currently what happens with our WCB rebates? What happens to them now when we get a $40,000 rebate through WCB? What do we do with that $40,000?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, it becomes part of our surplus. We dedicate, I think, $5,000 out of it for the safety barbecue each year, but the rest of it all goes back into surplus.
And when we're talking about an internally administered health spending account, what does that look like in terms of manpower to administrate that?
So we did this a few years ago when council approved a rebate that we had. We have the form set up already, the terms and conditions around it. It's literally a one-time thing. They submit one form before the end of the year to HR and it gets paid. There's a bunch of criteria around that already. So would it be more work for HR? Sure, but the bulk of the work has been done. It's just going to be processing at that point, getting approved by HR, and then getting pushed through to finance.
So that we establish the criteria that the employee would have to meet. So for example, pardon me, it could include chiropractic or additional health spending. How does it roll out? I'm sorry, I just don't get it.
So the way that it is set up currently, which is different than mine, it does not cover anything that's covered by Sun Life. So it's things like sports equipment, camping fees. There's half a page of, 2 columns worth of different types of things. So it has to fall within one of those categories to be approved by HR and then paid out by finance.
So it's a quality of life thing.
Yeah, it's, yep. Anything that's not covered by Sun Life is what was set up in the template prior.
And would I do a one-time submission, or would I do it as I incur expenses, so you're going to be dealing with me 100 times?
No, it's one time. Like the form says, submit one with the original receipt before mid-December to HR, and then it gets processed.
And you're thinking that that rebate would equate to about $500 an employee?
Yes, if the usual
Rebate is-
rebate is 45,000, it would be just under, yeah.
And so your offer is what again?
We're gonna be doing it separately, but my offer was 2% and then the WCB rebate back to staff.
And then, if I may, through the chair to administration. So we're effectively decreasing our revenues by $50,000 then, because it would normally have come back into general revenues.
We would be decreasing our surplus. So it's a budgeted amount, and we're not guaranteed that rebate every year. It depends on how our performance is related to health and safety. So our core has a direct, our certificate of recognition through Alberta Municipal Health and Safety Association has a direct correlation with our WCB rebate, plus the number of incidents that happen and claims that are made on our account.
Sue, would you see this as an incentive program to, like, the safer we are as an organization, the more money will come back to the organization, thereby more money would be potentially available to the employee?
I see this as a bridge to a permanent health spending account. Any health spending account is a taxable benefit, so the employee does end up paying taxes on it anyways. But this opportunity that was put into the operating business case was because we think that a health spending account is really important for our employees, but we knew that you were going to be challenged with a ton of other charges that are increases that are outside of all of our control, and so we just wanted to offer up a bridge to get us through to another budget where we could ask for this again.
Thank you, I'm good.
Okay. Anything further? So we're gonna go through all three on the first one. The first option for COLA at 3%, yea or nay? Second option for 2.5%, yea or nay? Third option for 2%, 2%. Defeated, so that's not. 1.5%. Okay, so COLA is at 1.5%.
These are all tentative numbers. If we come out at 77% increase in taxation, we'll be revisiting all of these.
Potentially.
Okay.
Or maybe you want a 77% tax increase.
I do.
So that'll be about 185. The 1.5 will be about 185. Yeah. Oh, it's lower. 165. So
We can also put the spreadsheet up so you can see the straw poll and where the tax rate is sitting based on that.
Yeah. Don't want to see it.
Okay.
So,
sorry.
Can I ask a question of
Yeah.
the min again? So instead of, no, through the chair to administration, Sue, can you, or can administration differentiate for me between the health and wellness spending account and the WCB self-administered program?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, so the one that was proposed, the ideal one, would be actually run through Sun Life, and it's a fee, like a fee that we pay per employee. The one that's self-administered, there's a directive that we would need to look through and just update, and then it's a spreadsheet or a one-time expense that you claim through HR.
And the health and spending account that you would put through Sun Life, would it include the quality of life kinds of things, or is it more medical?
Through the chair to council, the Sun Life health spending account program does allow for both a reimbursement of costs or expenses incurred by the employee for additional massage therapy or paramedical services over and above what our employee benefits provide. It also provides for those quality of life options. The difference is that one is taxable, the quality of life, and one is not taxable, the health services.
And if we administered the quality of life program, it would still be a taxable service here at the city?
Through the chair to council, if we are proceeding as we have been talking with just quality of life, solely quality of life, that it would be taxable. Those items are taxable.
Yep, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. Before we go into this WCB bridge, I want to make sure I also understand. So, Karen's math. If we get $10 back from WCB, just $10, and we only have the employees of that total up $8 to get their spending back, where does the $2 go?
Through the chair to Councillor Aberley, we would take the total amount and divide it by the number of staff.
The number of staff who submitted a form.
No, we would take it and divide it by the number of staff who submit. Yeah, not, or sorry, who, how many staff are eligible. Yeah, whether or not they submit is irrelevant. We would budget to make sure that everybody had the same amount available. And then if someone chose not to claim it, it would go back into surplus.
Thank you.
Thank you. Through to Shelley, just to clarify, so if we approve a health spending account, that is taxable?
Through the chair to council, if council approves the health spending account using the WCB rebate as has been discussed here this afternoon, the items that employees could claim that would be a taxable benefit, and it would be reflected on their T4 slip.
And if we gave it to them in COLA, it's still going to be reflected in their income tax.
Yes.
So either way, they're getting taxed. And the money from WCB is basically almost equivalent to 1% COLA. I mean, it's $55,000 versus $45,000, so it's close.
As COLA, 1% for COLA is 110,000.
Oh yeah, that's a 0.5%, sorry, okay.
Are we good to move on?
No.
Okay.
Because you're going to ask us to vote.
I'm going to ask you to have a conversation. Go ahead.
I apologize. I like this idea. I like the idea of a bridge to get to something that is needed and that I support fully. So many of my decisions that I'm making aren't based on whether or not I support the project, it's whether or not I support the funding. So while I would not support the introduction as put forward, I would support the WCB discussion that we're having, showing a commitment, at least of this council, because of course, as we sit, won't be here necessarily next year, that helping that bridge along. Does that make sense? For future councils, so.
Yeah, go ahead.
Through the Chair to Administration. Sue, you mentioned that you see the bridge being a journey, hopefully, to health and spending account. Why do you see that as the optimal place to land at some point?
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, I know Shelley could probably speak for days on this, but when we do our comparator for salaries, when we look at all of the other communities, they have health spending accounts, they have other, like MuniCERP and Apex and other pensions that they're offering to their staff that we don't. And so it's one more step in kind of falling in line with the rest of our comparator communities.
That being the case, I would support moving directly to the health and wellness spending account. We've already taken $330,000 and pared it down to $185 under the COLA. We are prepared to at least vote on spending WCB around $45,000 to $50,000. The difference to get to a full-time health and wellness spending account is only $25,000 more, which we've already saved on the COLA side.
Through the chair to Councillor Nielsen, just to be clear though, that the WCB one is not a guaranteed, so we would budget the full amount, and then in years where we got a rebate, it would be offset, but there may be years where we don't, and I just want to make sure council knows that's not a guarantee.
Then how does that lack of guarantee of WCB affect Mayor Gandam's proposal to take any rebates we get and give it back to staff if in fact we don't get any rebates?
My intention, again, was this was just an alternative to get us through until we bring this OBC back again next year. So
we may be spending WCB money that we don't have, so we're going to dip into operational dollars to ensure that the equivalent is there for staff?
Well, we have the rebate from, because they're offset, they don't have the same year end as we do, and I think we've seen the rebate come in already this year, so we would save that out of this budget to fund next year. So we would always be a year ahead.
But in the event that we didn't see that kind of money coming in, we would have to supplement it.
That's why we would run it as a pilot again, so we did it as a one-time health spending account. We would do that as a one-time this year and then have another discussion after the next election to see if council wants to put it in or continue with this project or this program the way that it is.
And at that time, we would know whether or not we had a WCB rebate
Correct.
or not.
Yep.
Councillor Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A comment. Currently, only the city manager and fire employees have access to health and wellness programs that provide support for mental health and well-being, is written right here. Research also shows that money is not the driving force all the time as to why employees stay with the company. A lot of times it's quality of life issues, working conditions, and so I see this as a positive towards the quality of life and the working conditions. If absenteeism, illness, those kinds of things are reduced, which again research shows, then I think we're going to end up on the positive side with happier employees as well. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Gandam. I just want to make it clear that I agree with everything that you said, Councillor Elliott. And in the world that I think is perfect, I would be 100% for this. As I walk in this morning with already a 6% increase due to a 9% increase in RCMP in our capital budgets, that's why I'm trying to find spendings where I can that we can put into other operating business cases to not make the tax burden so great this year. So I think I just needed to say it out loud to make sure that it's not that I don't care about people's health, it's that I care about also the however many are in this community, their ability to continue with taxes and our increases. So thank you.
Okay. I will propose, we'll just start at the beginning then. $75,000 health spending account. Oh, sorry. Okay. $50,000 health spending account. Why not? Okay. I will propose the WCB rebate self-administered health spending account. That's what it is. And with that, I will look to continue tomorrow. Anything else from administration?
Just need a motion to table.
Motion to table. Okay, need a motion to table until 0900 tomorrow morning.
So moved.
Moved by Councillor Nielsen. Those in favor? Carried. Thank you. We are adjourned at 16:57.
Return at what, 16?